Thank you so much for joining us this morning as we are in conversation with our brother Maynard Manyowa, who's a Zimbabwean journalist based in the UK. He's written a couple of articles on the Zim as a immigration issue recently, widely read articles, I might add. So we are going to be engaging him, to see what his views are on both sides, where we are going wrong with our debates, and perhaps what might be our best solution to problems that are before us. He'll be joining us at the top of the hour. So thank you so much for being with us this morning, and I look forward to a great debate as usual. So please, do hang tight. We will get into it shortly as we bring people up to speak. Good morning.
Hi there. A very good morning to you, and welcome to the Current Affairs AM show. With hashtag Mr. 12 Spaces, your best space for current news and different views. Each one, teach one, hear and share. Here's some of the greatest, the brightest of minds tackle the most pressing issues of the day. A colorful conversation where politicians and public figures answer tough questions. You don't want to miss it. Experience this epic social political drama only at Twitter Spaces flagship morning show, the home of rigorous debate. With the super host, hashtag Mr. Travel, and the amazing team of top notch co hosts. Get your facts right, set the reminder, and I'll see you there.
Good morning, Dumelang. Welcome. Goeiemorgen, molweni, sanibonani. I hope you all had a wonderful Easter weekend. Yeah, I know some are hoping and wishing that Easter won't end, but you know, story of life. Nothing is forever. Good morning, and thank you so much for being with us. Let's get into it and see what people are thinking. And please, let's try and have a solutions, centric and focused conversation as well, as opposed to us just complaining nonstop. What are solutions to some of our problems? Do you have a solution? Do you have a suggestion, perhaps, for our political leaders on how might we address some of these divisions that exist, some of these pressing issues before us. And of course, feel free to weigh in on the KZN situation as well. We cannot keep that out of our conversation. We must discuss that. Of course, we had the Public Protector of South Africa join us on Saturday to give us an update. She's currently on the ground in KZN assessing the situation. So she joined us to share with us what was happening. And as she put it, what's happening on the ground in KZN is a lot worse than what we are seeing on the television. So please, thoughts and prayers definitely needed for our people in KZN. Good morning, welcome, and thank you so much for joining us. I see we lost Rax. We'll try and bring him back. He was going to be our first speaker, but let's go to Mr. GT. Mr. GT, good morning. Tell us where you are spacing from and how are you this morning?
Mr. T, can I please weigh in after 5 minutes?
No problem, Mr. GT. We will definitely come to you shortly. No problems at all. Earth is flat. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. T. Good morning to the listeners, and then good morning to everyone who's listening.
How are you doing this morning, my brother? Where are you spacing in from?
Okay, I'm in Devon. Actually, last week we had a terrible storm which flooded the whole province. Condolences to all the families, and then may their soul rest in peace.
Indeed, my brother. Can you give us an update? How are people doing on the ground there?
Actually, I mean, like in rural areas, I'm not in the in the deep areas, but I've traveled around. It seems like the municipalities are trying to sort out the roads and then try to fix up the streets. So maybe there's hope in a few weeks to come, things will be back to normal, and hopefully the weather will come to senses to sort out things on our end. I just want to weigh in on the issues of the foreigners. I don't think Operation Tutola is the right way for us because I feel like as an African, we should be able to come together and then sort our ways and sort our differences. And because what happened, the banning of that person who I think Nyati, I think his name is Nyati. It was a very horrible thing that happened. And then it seems like this thing is gonna go on and on and on. I think we should like try to bring back Ubuntu to one another because these are same as people as we are. Because if we can look at the Europeans come from long way, but we are living with them. And then if you can see the atrocities that are happening across Europe is very horrible, it's more than what is happening in Africa. So we are adopting what the Europeans were doing in the past, burning people alive, killing people alive. So this thing is not African way. This is the European way what we're doing. So I think that we should just come into our senses and then this is our brothers, regardless if he crossed the borders, regardless of that, regardless of because if even in South Africa they are criminals, we also have our own criminals. Like if you're gonna portray everyone like a foreigner as a criminal, it's not right. I think we should like treat one another the same. We shouldn't just say, "Oh no, this crime is done." But yes, they do crime, but we shouldn't just saying, "Oh no, it's a foreigner." Like we need to 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 make ourselves more like equals because this thing of saying oh no this crime is done by foreigners I don't buy it, man, because like we need to trade with them also. We need to also understand the ideas they come with so that we can cooperate, when we unite as Africa. Like Muammar Gaddafi had a like a very very solid solution for Africa, very solid solution. And then what happened? The Americans and then they killed him. So I would think Africa should just try and unite. We need to fight crime, united, like Zimbabweans, Namibia, Congo, everyone. You should fight crime. With these people who are doing crime, we must fight crime together, not like South African just fight this only just the Zimbabweans and in different countries. We should unite as Africa. I'll just end there. Thank you, Mr. Teo. Just listen.
Thanks, my brother. Thank you so much, Earth. It's been a while not hearing from you. Appreciate you
Yeah.
coming through to
Thanks.
share your thoughts, my brother. Really appreciate it. And of course, you are in KZN, and we appreciate you taking the time to chat with us. That it's a difficult time in KZN, and our thoughts and prayers to you guys out there. All right, well, Earth saying, you know what? We are going about this issue of immigration through a Eurocentric, approach, which is really misguiding for us, saying that we need an Afrocentric, Ubuntu infused, sort of approach to our issues, our problems, and of course, invoking, former leader of Libya there, the late Gaddafi, and his idea of African unity. Saying that, our brother here saying that we need to fight crime united, and stop saying that crime is committed by this group and that group. That was our brother Earth out in KZN. this morning. Goodwill, my brother Dumela. Thank you so much for joining us. Please do share where you're spacing in from and how are you this morning.
Dumela ntate Chewa, le kae ntate?
Re teng Goodwill, lona le kae?
Re teng morena.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm spacing from KZN, but we are fortunate. I'm in the northern part of KZN, so we were fortunate enough. Yes, we didn't get the hail that the people of in the mid KZN got. It was so bad. When I called some of my family friends there, basically they couldn't go to work because the roads were closed, like Ed was alluding to. So yeah, yes, condolences again. I mean, to the families of the over 400 people. Our brothers and sisters, moms and dads who lost their lives, and also, I have empathy for those people who still have missing loved ones. The situation is it's very bad. It was bad. It was intense. People lost their belongings and their livelihoods. So it was bad. It's the last thing that South Africa needed in that. Yeah, when it comes to, yes, I read the article, by Maynard. I think I got it from you, Mr. T. And I think it was a balanced article. It showed the side that I think most or some of the people in these spaces have been talking about, a side that has been, I guess, neglected. You know, yes, I really appreciate what Earth is saying, and ideally it should be like that. In an ideal world, uh, we should approach it like that. And for to some extent, the ANC has been approaching the immigration similar to what Earth is Flat is alluding to. To have Ubuntu and integrating immigrants to the society. Now the question is, has it worked? And some, I guess, that the answer to that will be dependent on a person's individual interest, I guess, on the situation. If you are an immigrant, you say it has worked. If you have been negatively affected by immigration, let's say for some people here in the space over the last 2 months who said they were held in gunpoint by someone who has a Zimbabwean accent, that person, obviously, you cannot convince him otherwise. I remember in the early 2000s, I had a Zimbabwean teacher, and he was saying, you know what, when Zimbabwe was the breadbasket of uh, Africa, they too used to call people, especially from Botswana, with those slangs that some here in South Africa call people from over outside the borders. So he was just mentioning a point that Zimbabweans are not innocent as well. And also, I think the article was also reflecting on this question of South African blaming immigrants for the high crime rates. And Manyowa made an example to say maybe South Africans have a point, because he said there is over 11,000 immigrants in South African jail, and there is, I think 703, if I'm not mistaken, South Africans in jails around outside the borders of South Africa. So that alone, I think it proves a point that there is there is something to what people are saying, specifically about the situation between the Zim SA immigration. And the irony of it all, Mr. T, is that the week, just after a week, that article, you shared that article, then it was last week, then we see this England or British immigration plan, where now they are going to send all illegal immigrants touching their land to Rwanda, and they are going to incentivize Rwanda. They are going to pay Rwanda 120 million pounds, which is equivalent to 2 billion rands. And 2 billion rands, if you can give it context, the government of the ANC, they are going to give 1 billion rands to KZN, to help out with the flood. So 2 billion rand is a lot of money. And then when you think that the immigration policy of the ANC, whereby they integrate illegal immigrants to the society, the South African government or taxpayers have not been relieved. The UN, the Zimbabwean government, and the maybe Somalian and etc. They didn't give a cent to South Africa, and yet Rwanda, for it to accept illegal immigrants, they've only accepted them with an incentive. So I like the Manyowa's article so much, because it presents at another side, though it is not comfortable. Even himself, as a Zimbabwean, he alluded to that. He has been getting attacks when he shows the other side that Zimbabweans are not innocent. And it was a very very good article, Mr. T.
Thank you so much, Goodwill, for that, my brother. Really appreciate that. Your thoughts there. Goodwill, saying that Maynard's piece, he found it, to have been. He wrote two, by the way, and I shared them at the top. Goodwill saying the piece he read was very balanced. It was a good article, as he just said. And also, retorting Earth's point there from earlier, saying that, in an ideal world, perhaps, the current approach, which Goodwill says has been that of the ANC with regards to immigration, would be the way to go. But he asked the question: has the current approach worked for South Africa? And Goodwill also said that he once had a Zimbabwean teacher back in the day that told him that people in Zimbabwe also once had or used derogatory terms to refer to other Africans from other parts of the continent who would come to Zimbabwe in their time of glory as the breadbasket of the continent. Also, raising the issue of the British, the recent developments with the British there, where they will be sending immigrants coming in, I suppose illegally or otherwise, to Rwanda. They've struck a deal with Rwanda where they will be sending people to Rwanda. We should also note that this is something that will be aimed at brown people, so people of color, non-whites, will be ones to be sent to Rwanda. Even the British, officials have gone on record to say they are making, so to speak, making room essentially for Ukrainians to come in. They have not said anything about Ukrainians being sent to Rwanda. If anything, they have been saying non-stop that they will be welcoming Ukrainians. And we know also that the British Prime Minister was in the Ukraine recently. So yeah, our brother Goodwill saying current ANC immigration policy, and government really policies are making it difficult for South African taxpayers, to deal with this issue of immigration, and also saying that this is hard on South Africans because you don't have your international organizations, such as the UN, for instance, contributing, to help South Africa address this issue of immigration. And that was brother Goodwill there with his submission. Really appreciate it, my brother. Rax, good morning. How are you, sir?
Morning Letona, le kae ka ofela mo spacing.
Re tsogile Rax, tell us, o mo kae gona no?
Ke mo local mo Midrand.
Hey, Tada.
I think that will just to be a short. The only thing that to control this thing, I think, especially South Africa, to sort this problem of Zimbabwe, I think is a time now government to introduce, a local visa. You understand? I think it will even stop people that they've got so-called, fake identity documentation, because like now in our country, it's like a playground for all the criminals. An example, people they are using our Home Affairs to go to other European country. When they go there, they commit crime. But when the South Africa intervene, they find out this person's maybe from Nigeria or DRC. I think now is the time maybe the government can look so that all the people that come to South Africa, they have to have a visa so that the person that comes here, at least they do have money. You understand? Unlike people that they come in, they don't even have a cent, and even they don't have a cent. Those people, they eventually lead them to commit crime because they want to survive at the end of the day. And again, as ourselves, we've been pointing the foreigners. We are the enabler of the whole thing. You understand? Because if you can check a person from, let's say, Zimbabwe to pass to come South Africa, they pay bribe. Who are they paying? They're not paying Zimbabwean. They're paying South African. And now in our home, who's renting? Zimbabwean. You understand? We pointing finger, and we are the one that will create the problem again. We're enable the situation. If they come here, don't give you a place to stay, definitely they'll see now this place they're not welcomed. And this thing, if you can check Mr. Choi, is on two-way situation. People that they benefit from cheap labor who are foreigners, you understand, they will always try to defend them because they know if they have to pay Mr. Choi 10 rand, foreigner they pay 2 rand, they will stick with that foreigner. I think if you can see this thing, you can see that as South African, we're pulling in different direction because others we are benefiting from the whole situation. That would be my submission for today, Mr. Choi. Thank you.
All right, Rux, thanks for your submission there, my brother. Rux saying that government should consider introducing a visa, a visa system for people coming in. And he says that South Africans are not innocent in this, that South Africans are also to blame, that, as he put it, South Africans are enablers, taking bribes, for instance, right? In terms of, people getting permits to be in the country, or some kind of, document to justify staying in the country. He also says that South Africans are giving people places to stay, cheap labor, which is hurting locals as well. I mean, I guess, Earth would say otherwise. Earth would say, as he argued earlier, we need this element of Ubuntu within our nation, right? So I'm sure Earth would say, well, what's wrong with giving someone a place to stay if they don't have a home? But yeah, we hear you, Rux. We hear you, my brother. That's your submission. We appreciate it. I think we've got a new speaker coming in shortly. Mkulu, are you ready to speak?
Yes, Mr. T, I am ready. How are you, my Mr. T?
I'm good, Mkulu. How are you doing this morning? And where are you spacing from?
I'm spacing from Vereeniging GP South Africa, Mr. T. Mr. T, I don't know whether you are well there, you have energy drinks, you have food, everything must be packed there. Because I don't think that you are going to sleep. Today, I don't think so. Because I saw that you were roaming all over the streets, going up and down on the streets. I don't know why you didn't sleep at that time and wake up now. I don't know, but it's your choice. Mr. T, ke na le mehwabadi ya bana ba boholo. Ke a pele eno. Ya bobedi wa bona, Mr. T, I think that it's high time mo South Africa go tlamehile e kopane le all African countries to send their data to South Africa so that each and every I don't want to say foreigner mohahlaudi ke bua ka Sotho mohahlaudi o mong le o mong ha a tla South Africa mona haebane a entse botlokotsebe ho tsebahale hore ke mang. I think that South Africa tlamehile e thole that data because now President ya Zimbabwe ka mo lebala motho ono o buile a re batho bao e leng hore ba entse mehlolona kaofela ba etsa mehlolona kaofela South Africa ke batho bao e leng hore ke di wanted criminals mo Zimbabwe. Now I think that it's a high time Mnangagwa Dena I release that data because his people are the ones who go to South Africa in large numbers. I think that it's high time hore lena e be ena fela wa pele a tla etsa mohlala wa hore a romele data ya hae hore ba tseng ba tshwarwa ka mona ba tsebahale hore ke bo mang haebane a entse eng ho nkwe fela fingerprint ho we data e mo hlahise motho ono because right now South Africa re batla khona ka hara ntlo ya Hontable Mr. Tshwe ayo ntho re tlo etsa re ipatlela fela khona ka hara Hontable hobane seo re se etsang hona jwale ke ngola fela meno ka enke re tlo bua re tlo etsa eng re tlo qabana e be eng empa ntse re ngola fela meno ka enke ho hlokahala fela hore all the countries ba romele data tsa bona mona because bana le di embassy mona South Africa or each and every country na le embassy South Africa mona. I think that it's high time of each and every country across the world ba tlise data tsa bona South Africa. I think that it's going to be fair to prevent ntuna ya di crime tse ngata. Right now people were shot yesterday, one passed on, 5 are at hospital. Who shot them? Ho nka se thwe ke Basotho, ho nka se thwe ke Mazimbabwe, Nigeria, ma eng kaofela merabe enana kaofela, ho nka se thwe ke bona. But we one kapo we one motho a thuntseng mono ha ba kopanela sethunya se iwana o mong o tshwere sethunya sa hae empa sethunya se leng hore se thuntse se iwane se thuntse motho a iwane ha ba se kopanela ntho ya hore re shishinelle ntho tsena kaofela ha ya loka kae kae. The only thing mistake ke bana ba bo rona re a ba rata empa seo e leng hore ba re etsa sona ke sona se leng hore ha re se rate. Ha ke na taba le hore motho o tswa country e feng, ha ke na taba empa seo e leng hore ba re etsa sona ke sona se leng hore ke phoso, ke sona se leng hore ha re se kgotsofalle. And ha ke tsebe hore ba tlo utlwa kopo ya rona ho fihlella neneng, because at the end of the day it will be a civil war. Nthona kaofela ena e leadela to civil war. At first, I think that you remember that space, like say, there's something else this thing in a hilo fella mona. It go fella yamadi. That means South Africa at the end of the day, it go calamari. We are going back to apartheid era. Mo ileng hore re ne re jampa bana ba bo rona strateng mona, ba gapaletse strateng ba bolaodi. Ha re tswa hoseng re thole ditopo fela strateng kapa thole setopo ka jareteng ya hao, re kgutlela nakong eno, Mr. T. But if ever thupa e sa koje, ha e sa le metsi hona jwale, e se e batla ho oma, empa e ntse kgona ho kobeanyana, ha e nka qalwa fela hore e tshwarwe e otlollwe e ska ba kobeya, hobane ha e ntse omela ya kobeya e otlollwe fela, kgolo hore ho nka ba molemo, hobane setlhare se molemo pele ho ntho ho siki. Ha ra tlameha hore re lemane pele, ha re qeta ho lemana be le khona re tlo batlang setlhare. Hona jwale re a bona hore siso ke senana mona, notsi ke ne ya re loma, hore e ska ba o loma notsi ho tlameha kgone itlotse ka meriana. Le rona ra e hloka meriana eno. Meriana ena ke hore each and every person a tsebang hore ha tla legally ka South Africa a tsamaye ka kgotso a ikele hae, a batle di-means tsa hore a kgutle ka hara country again. Ha re mo hanetse, re tlo mo amohela, hobane ha e sebetse ntho eno, because if ever ho tswa data eno, data ha e tswa ho lokile, data e tsweng, ha o tshwarwa mo ha se mo e leng hore kae ho tlo bana le mafu a sa batlahaleng, hobane everyone o tla ba tswela hore ke mang. There are many penalty charges tse tlo bang teng. Even right now, check right now, Mr. T, in Nigeria, they have established a law, ya rape. Hore if ever o rapeile motho a moholo, o tlo thola surgical castration. But how rapeile ngwana, life sentence imprisonment without parole. And many of them, they have done that in South Africa. What we have done right now, something or what something, but it's over 1,000 people, foreign national people, who are in our presence. Ha ba le tronkong tsa rona, ke tjhelete tsa rona tseno tsa tax tseo e leng hore ba di sebedisa. Ha re hloke ntho tse kang tsenana bathong. Ntho re hloka bophelo, re hloka hore re dule le bana ba bo rona, re thabeng kaofela, hobane sejana ha se monate ha o ja o le mong, ho tlamehile le jesane. Nna ke bona, Mr. T, taba ya data, hore each and every country e tlise data ya yona, South Africa ke yona ntho e kgolo e leng hore e tlo ba right for both parties. Ke a leboha, Mr. T. Ha ke lo theoha, Mr. T.
Okay, Mkulu, thank you so much for your submission. Mkulu there saying that South Africa must meet with other African nations to share their data, South African data on immigration, or perhaps he also suggests that maybe South Africa should summon other African nations missions that are currently in South Africa to have them see the data or perhaps share their own as well, saying that Yeah, his biggest issue is what's done to South Africans, and he fears that this could lead to some kind of civil war or apartheid era levels of violence, saying that those in South Africa illegally should perhaps return home and come back in South Africa, only return to South Africa when they have their papers, immigration papers in order. Now, Mkulu, a question here, and this is where international law comes in. A question is, can you send someone back to danger? If someone is in South Africa because they are not safe in the place they come from, how are you sending them back, Mkulu?
Mr. T, ke tla o araba ka mohlala. Ke tlo o araba ka mohlala, Mr. T. O nka ha ke fetisetse bathong empa ke tlisa fela as mohlala. Kopa le nkutlwisiseng. Ha ke re ke motho empa ke tsa fela mohlala. SPCA ya tsamaya koloi ya teng. Ha e tsamaya e fumana ntja strateng e tjhaisitswe. Ya e nka SPCA e isa facility-ing tsa yona. E kwalla mono e kena sepetlele e etsa ntho tsena kaofela ya loka ntja. Ha ntja e loka nna ke a fihla SPCA ke re ke batla ntja ena. Ha ke tsebe history ya yona hore ho etsahetse eng. Anke ha ke e nka ntja e ke nka nna ke re ke a e rata ke tlo e hodisa ka lapeng naka e nkatele motse ha ke le siko. Empa hang fela e se e lwantsha nna le bana ba ka, I have hore ke bitse SPCA e nke. One ntse ke tseba hore bohloko bo leng hore SPCA mono e ne e phela jwang, e ne phela ka hara cage ha ka monana e thotse freedom. Ke tlo tlameha ka hore ke kgutse morao hobane ha e ntse le molemo ya mpolaya. Ka ho tjho jwalo, Mr. T, bana ba bo rona haebane ba tseba bohloko ba moo ba tswang teng. Hobane Mr. T, Sesotho se monate. Se re motsamai wa tsela ke motsebi wa yona. Ba tseba moo ba tswang teng ho jwang. Empa ha ba fihla ka mo ha ba itshware hantle, Mr. T, ha ba itshware hantle. Ba itshwara tlhefe-tlhefe. Ke ka hono ha o tlamehile hore a kgutlele morao ha alla hobaneng o etsa 1 2 3 he. Hobane wa tsa moo o tswang teng o tswa kae. Mr. T, kgale re kena dikolo le bana ba malapa a seng hantle. Moo e leng hore ngwana ba teng ha na tla sekolong, o na tla sekolong ka hempe e tabuileng. Empa rona di-classmate tsa hae re ne re mo utlwela bohloko ke mo utswetse hempe ka tlung. Ke re ngwane se tshware o tle sekolong o apere hantle. And bana banana kaofela ho no sena ngwana o e leng hore ha qeta ho fumana diaparo a ba tlo re jwetsa the way to get off ka hore yena o se a bonahala jwanong. No, o ntse a hopola tshotleho ya hae hore e jwang. Mr. T, nthwena e tshwana fela le sekolong ha o ya university. You know situation sa hae se jwang. Batswadi ba hao ba appeletse NSFAS ha ba na letho ke di-pensionary. Ka tlung ho robala ho sa jewa ha ba kgone ho reka motlakase hore o bale. O ya sekolong o dula varsity. Ha o dula varsity mono ha o etsa bohlaswa varsity mono o na le electric, o na le metsi, o na le everything tse siko hae. Empa ha o di vandalize ntho tseno ha ba o tebela mono o lo etsa eng hae. O kgutlela tshotlehong hape. ke a tseba hore haebane ke tlile tshotlehong mo ke yang teng ho tlamehile ke itshware hantle, ho tlamehile ke itshware hantle. Haebane ho thwe o ja habedi ka letsatsi, ha ke lo ja habedi ka letsatsi, ke tlo ja hangwe, ke savele dijo tsa ka tsa plate ya bobedi for hosane, cause ha ke tlo hosane batla mpha dijo kapa ha ba lo mpha dijo na. Bophelo bo jwalo Mr. T. Now ha se ke isa bothong, bana ba rona ha ba re rate, bana ba bo rona ha ba re hlomphe. Ke mo e leng hore ne rona ha se re hlolehile re re kgutlela morao, hobane ho amohetse ka lerato empa re ba etsa tanki ya Mosotho ke yaanong ha o re tanki ya Mosotho ke re a e amohela ke eno, ho tloha mono re tswele ka motse o lo phela mono o batlang ho phela teng, ka mona ha o sa leyo. Ke kgolwa hore e fair Mr. Tshweng.
Okay, Mkulu. Okay, well, Mkulu there saying, essentially saying that a home is a home, despite the conditions there, that you need to learn from it, and also that bad behavior will send one back home, that South Africans are no longer feeling loved or respected by brothers and sisters from Zimbabwe. All right, well, let's go to our new speakers, and then yeah, we'll keep going. Papa Gegetso, are you there? Dumela, where are you spacing in from this morning?
Dumelang ntate Tshweu. Ke mo Randburg. Kopa o ntshwarele batho ba mmele. Nna ke re ke bana ba sekgowa sena sa small.
No,
But
I don't want that. I don't
ke
want
tla
that.
ke tla tsamaya e be re kolola ka sona sekgowa se senyane. Eh, Ntate Tshweu, you see, in my previous life, I remember I used to work with people who used to apply for ba re ke di asylum permits, dintho tsa hore di-refugees, ntho e jwalo. And I worked for some time there. In go LHR go Jews. Let me tell you, if we are no kaya today, you have to go home affairs, ke apply for asylum permit, and then they said no, you don't qualify. I can assure you they'll write a submission for you. And you're gonna tell them some stories. Ulim Sutun Tatitsui, Ulim Tswana, coming from Venda, KZN, mostly Yabat Baba Spananda. Because they don't ask questions. Apparently, they're vulnerable. You can't be asking questions. What would we see? Then you're going to tell them some story of coming from Congo and then Wachawatima. I'm a political activist. Usnali nonsense. They'll draft a proper submission to Home Affairs. And then it will be submitted to Home Affairs. You'll come back with a permit. That's how it works. I'm not going to I know you can try it if you don't believe. That's why I don't work there anymore. But I realize or no. But Baba Tlambona, those that we calling vulnerable, that is real. Or bad habit, that is real. You. Sometimes you hear the stories or no man stories in a scope, and there's a gang or syndicate writing all these stories, charging them to say, "Aye, before you go to Home Affairs, come here." Which is why most of the people they don't go to Home Affairs when they arrive. Mona, they come to Josie and then Bangmale stories on us say, oh, you realize these stories. You remember when you used to reading all the submissions from them or their stories, you ask them questions, you're like, I but stories and is badly maobani, man. How is it possible that no, where now and the person that I saw last week, all the facts and details are the same? You're like, no, man, I read this. But the problem is when you're working with organizations that are sponsored by UN, they don't allow you to ask those kind of questions, and because they'll tell you, no, man, you can't be. This person is traumatized. Wara wara, the nonsense is outside a little, and then you just have to write that submission with what a great permit. But here's my solution that it's the people who are coming here claiming to be all these refugees and asylum seekers, most of them they're not. Let's be honest. Yeah, if we say tomorrow, all asylum seekers and refugees go Kampu. I'm telling you, it will stop. Most people won't come in here. There's a reason why someone will jump, will cross over 15 countries just to come to South Africa. Because they know, no, when I come here, I'm not going to go to a camp. Because they don't want it. They're not refugees. If you are a refugee, the next place you find, which is safer, you go to that place. Bona, no, they even have passports. And about Amaya, got the holidays. They go home. Hey, ba lo bona di-family. So for now, I think maybe ribatla di-refugees camp. Or no, no. Watla mona, you are an asylum seeker. We put you there. Of course, if your country want you back, then they'll have the responsibility to take you back. Because this thing, it cost us money. No, you need to feed those people for 3 months. And then you need to transport them back home. They come back the following day. There's nobody who can tell me or no, there's a refugee or an asylum seeker from Zim. No, there's an economic migrant. It's as simple as that. Well, we don't know what more or no. When you look at Maraona is a political activist, man. Why is everyone a political activist when they come to South Africa? You like, but things are not changing back home. But there's millions of political activists. Liki activist ya mofuta mang yona ka o fala tsona di ja fatshe mara batho ba modimo. Go le bana ba banyane go wa bona le wena or no. When you 18, you ran away from Zim. You coming here, you saying you are a political activist. Can it? So wa mona motho a teng gore o ipatlela fela that asylum permit because it's a visa for most of them. It allows them to do anything. Free education, free medical health, we are everywhere. It's a visa. Why wouldn't you get it? I would. It's as simple as that. If they say you need a visa and then or an asylum seeker permit, which is free, by the way, I'll go for an asylum seeker permit because it's free. I get whatever I want. Ke tla e tlohela mo ntate Tsholo ka sekgowa sa ka se senyane. Ke a leboga.
Thanks, Ntate Keketso. Thank you so much for your submission. Our brother here, saying he speaks on a broken system. He suggests that that's being used. He says he used to work with people seeking asylum permits. He says that the system is weak, that even South Africans can apply and get those documents. That's how weak the system is. Saying that some of the stories he heard, did not jive. That you would see a pattern of stories repeating from person to person. Essentially, really saying that the system was being played, and of course, saying that you've got international law, the UN, which do not allow for people to be interrogated in situations like this when they apply. So then, South Africa cannot ask many questions, for fear of trauma. So then they are, pushed to grant these permits to people. And our brother here suggesting that refugee camps be built, saying that Lindela has cost South Africa a lot of money, that people can go in there and get out very easily, maybe deported, and you will see them back in South Africa shortly thereafter. Yeah, he says that asylum grants people access to South Africa and all the services that the country offers to South African citizens and residents. That was the submission from our brother Papache Keketso. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate you being with us this morning. We'll go to Miss Barbara, and then we'll go to Finance and Lover of Life. Miss B, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. T. How are you? Good morning, everyone. Now, I do agree with the previous speaker. When you go to other countries, the honest truth, as the article says, you're put in a refugee camp. Uganda does that, Kenya does that, you're put in a refugee camp. Sorry. I'm spacing from Grant, by the way, the beautiful plateau of
Miss B, we are losing you.
Can you hear me?
You are cutting. You are coming in and out, Miss B.
Okay, let me sign out and come back again.
Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks, Miss B. We'll definitely come back to you. Brother Finals, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. How are you, Mr. T?
I'm good, my brother. How you doing?
I'm well. I'm well. I'm from Zim. Just a disclaimer so that everybody knows. And I did understand every word the two last gentlemen, were saying. I know they're quite passionate about their country. So, is it all right to go ahead with the submission?
Absolutely, my brother. Do go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. On the very last speaker, I picked up the issue about refugee camps. Refugee camps, I would be against that, whether I was South African or not, because um, these are economic migrants, and to put a refugee camp, they're not coming from a war zone. It's not a war zone whatsoever. So I would be against such a scenario where we find in the SADC regions, having war, refugee camps. We are not in South Sudan. We are not in Ethiopia. So I think that would be a wrong, initiative anyway, if instigated. I just need to put a disclaimer on my submission in terms of I'm quite aware of the crimes, heinous crimes committed by our brothers and sisters in South Africa. I'm aware of that. And I'm aware of the ransacking of your infrastructure, rail lines and power lines and substations. That is very prevalent. And most of the people that are committing these crimes, according to your statistics, are Zimbabweans, of which that's still to be substantiated. The issue, and like I said, it's a disclaimer to say we acknowledge all that. And also the influx of the immigrants, Zimbabweans, which is causing pressure on your social facilities from schools and hospitals. We acknowledge all that. I've heard before in spaces, Mr. T, people talking about, Zimbabweans being very arrogant, and we are very weak people. We don't want to fight for our democracy. To some extent, it's true. But also, we also got to realize that we live in the regional body of the SADC, which is very weak equally. The reason why we always call the South African government to act is on the quiet diplomacy they give to the ZANU-PF government. We have got a problem with that. Whenever there are human rights abuses, the South African government says nothing. With the economic plight, and the sanctions, we don't support the sanctions whatsoever. But because of the human rights abuses, you end up saying, okay, you know what, until you reform, we will be, pushing for sanctions. The problem we have is Zimbabwe. This is a Zimbabwean problem, and it's not a South African problem, if I may put it as a disclaimer as well. It is a Zimbabwean problem which can only be sorted by the Zimbabwean government, but in collaboration with the South African government. We cannot have a situation where you've got myself. I was married to a Tswana South African lady. I don't know if there are any Tswanas on the space. Of course, I'm divorced now, but my child then is half Zimbabwean, half Tswana. I live in the United Kingdom. So where the conundrum comes in, we have cross-pollinated. A lot of our brothers and sisters have intermarried, and some of them, they don't have the documents. Then how do you qualify those people within your society? How do you integrate those people within your society? You also have a problem with your very corrupt officials. Everywhere you go in South Africa, if you want a document, you can easily access it, you can buy it. You talk about the border force. All those people are very corrupt. All you need is 1,000 rands. You'll be able to get into South Africa. So these are all the loopholes that your government, like I said, in collaboration with our government, needs to sort out on the immigration issue. In closing my submission, the Zimbabweans that are there illegally, I heard, was it GT who submitted that they need to go back, all the illegal immigrants? It's a very polarizing subject because these people have run away from, obviously, the economic plight of Zimbabwe. My suggestion would be for those that are living there illegally to be accorded the paperwork if possible, and leave, so that at least you have accountability, you know who's where and who's doing what, than these people living in informal sectors without any documentation whatsoever. Because I understand, as I close, the Operation Dudula, it will do whatever it can, but you will not be able to get rid of all the illegal immigrants because, like I said, most of them have intermarried, they've got kids, some have been there for 20, 30 years, but they haven't got the necessary documentation. So that's my submission. I see Mr. Mkulu has got a question maybe, but I'll stop there.
Thanks, my brother. Yeah, just okay. Before we go to Mkulu, I did hear someone mention that Canada had refugee camps, but no, we only have like processing centers here. It'll be a human rights outcry if Canada had those. It'll be a huge fight. But yeah, I just wanted to go on record correcting that. But also, Fino saying that we need to acknowledge our challenges as he does, on both sides, saying that South Africa is also, responsible here in that, they've been giving Zim this quiet diplomacy when Zimbabwe has been, committing acts, human rights abuses and such. And he also says that SADC, our original, body there is weak and that something has to be done. And of course, he raised the other issue of, as in his example, right, of a child of both South Africa and Zim, such a complex, very complex situation here. And we really need to be careful. Mkulu, please come in.
Yes, thank you, Mr. T. Kamu, you know what, my friend? I think that the way I explained it, you didn't hear, as you said that you can't hear so too well. Ne? The only thing is that I said I love all the people, I love foreigners who are in the country. But only the deportation must be done as those people, they don't respect us. That is where people must be deported to their countries. Not I'm chasing them away, no. But I said I love them, but they have to respect us. They have to behave with us, they have to live with us. Not like now when they are doing a majority of foreign nationals are doing in South Africa currently. That's what I've said. I said only on bad behaviors, not all of them. I've spoke about bad behavior. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kulu. Very quickly there, Brother Maynard has joined us, so we've got about three more people to speak, and then we'll go welcome our Brother Maynard, who's joining us this morning. Finals, if you can quickly counter there, and then we'll go back to Ms. B and Milton.
Okay, thanks, Kulu, for clarifying that. Thank you so much. Anyway, like I said, as a disclaimer, that we acknowledge the ills that our brothers and sisters might be doing in South Africa, and we just need to sort out the the illegal side of things where you can account for each and every person that is in South Africa, whether be political or economic migrant. And just the question that I'll leave to South Africans. Are the South Africans prepared, if everybody was documented, are they prepared to stay and live with Zimbabweans in solidarity? That's the question that I'll leave to the floor. Thank you.
Thanks, my brother. Finals there, leaving us with a question, and those coming up later on and here can address that at some point. Ms. B, welcome back. I hope your network is holding this time, my sister.
Good morning. I hope I'm audible. Thank you so much for allowing me to come back. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Much better, Ms. B, yes.
Thank you so much. As one of the speakers said, First, I'll go back to the article. It's very true that in other countries, other African countries, when refugees appear, they are put in refugee camps. Now, I remember in South Africa, for the South African case, I'm spacing from Midrand. One time, I don't know which year it was, that they put something like a refugee camp in Midrand. You should have seen. Everybody made noise. How can you put a refugee? It was like they had put, it was many Zimbabweans. They had put a refugee camp. People made noise. They said, "Government, take it away. You're putting the value of our property down." So they had to remove it after some time. I don't even think it lasted a year. Now, when I look at like most of the suburbs, you find that like our Zimbabwean brothers and sisters are the ones who are working as helpers. They are working as childminders. They are raising our children. So one time, I was working in Pretoria East, and in Pretoria East, and there are two informal settlements. One is called Cemetery View, and another one is called Plastic View. Modimo, the poverty that is there, you can cry. But these people are working in the wealthiest golf estates. So my question is, like, when Mkulu says all these people should go back, now I ask myself, okay, if they're to go back, who's going to work in the suburbs? That's a very key question. Who's going to work there? Because surely, most of the people in the suburbs do not like using South Africans. That's the honest truth. They want to use Zimbabwean, and you ask, are you Zimbabwean? When did you come? They want to use Mozambicans, not so much, but they really want to use Zimbabweans because they can speak English to their kids. They can, like there are other and they can work so fast. So in all these big mansions, you find that there are 3 people working plus a gardener. So if all these people are to be sent back or put in a refugee camp, who is going to work in all these mansions you see? Definitely, they are not going to put South Africans. Nobody is going to say, hey, come from Soweto, come and work. I am telling you. So I think that is one of the major problems. And if you're going to put Zimbabweans in a refugee camp, it means you have to go to Sunnyside and put all the Nigerians there. You have to go and look for all the Ugandan Sangomas, put them in a refugee camp. Go look for all the Somalians, put them in a refugee camp. Put everybody who has an asylum paper in a refugee camp. You get all the Bangladeshans. So are you going to say that you're going to close the whole of Hillbrow, whole of Sunnyside? Because all those are economies running. So what is the government to do? You cannot only put one nationality because, the United Nations is going to make noise. So how many refugee camps are you going to form? And I think with the constitution, it's like if you evacuate somebody from a dwelling, you're supposed to provide them a proper house, water, and etc., which is not done in other countries. It's not such a situation that they have to give you water, electricity if you're moved from where you are. So what is my question is that if you're going to, I know that other countries put people in refugee camps, but you can't only put Zimbabweans in refugee camps. You must put the Nigerians in Sunnyside and Hillbrow. You must put all the Somalians. You must put all the Ugandan Sangomas. You must put the Bangladesh. There will be different refugee camps. And how are you going to sustain them in relation with the Constitution? And who is going to work for the rich people? I'm telling you, they're not going to use South Africans. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, Miss B, for your submission. Miss B saying, who's gonna do all these jobs? Should others depart from South Africa? I'm sure many would want to comment on that, but we'll come back to it later on. Let's just give Milton time to speak, and then we'll welcome our brother Maynard, who's waiting patiently there for us. Milton, good morning, my brother.
Good morning, brother. How are you?
I'm together, my brother. Yourself?
Yes, I'm good. I'm good. Look, I'm from Australia. Yeah, I'm a Zimbabwean. So unfortunately, some of the things that I wanted to say have already been said by fairness. Yeah. So what I wanted to say actually is the Zimbabwe South African problem is it caused by these two liberation movements, right? The ANC and the ZANU-PF. ZANU-PF is causing a lot of problems in Zimbabwe. They're rigging elections. They are killing people, right? What does ANC politicians do? They go to Zimbabwe there. They uh, just say, no, everything is fine. There's no crisis. Everything is good. And then what happens? People are starving in Zimbabwe. There are no jobs. ZANU-PF corruption has collapsed everything in our country. So people won't just stay in Zimbabwe, and, when they are dying. They'll go where they think they can get some food. They'll go to South Africa, unfortunately. If ZANU-PF and ANC are still in power, we can have Twitter spaces 4 million times. I can tell you, my brothers and sisters in South Africa, you are not going to remove Zimbabweans in South Africa. Even if they are killed, banned, or even if we do what, as long as ZANU-PF and the ANC remain in power, this problem is not going to be solved, right? When somebody has got infection, you send that person to hospital. What they do in hospital, they'll try and find out the bug that causes the infection, okay? So that they just bombard that person with all antibiotics. They will check which antibiotics are sensitive to the bug which is causing infection, so that they successfully treat that person. So we've got the solution here. South Africans and Zimbabweans, we just need to unite and understand our problems. Our problems are caused by ANC and ZANU-PF, right? So elections are next year. We've got elections in Zimbabwe. We are going to vote, and ZANU-PF is going to lose again, and they are going to rig again. And I can assure you, ANC politicians will go and endorse stolen election again, and then they expect things to be fine. Okay? So please, what we are asking from our South African brothers, please understand our problem. We're going for election next year. Just talk to your politicians. Please, they shouldn't go there and endorse stolen election. I can tell you, if we have a successful election next year, Zimbabweans will go back home. Nobody wants to stay in a foreign land. I'm in Australia. I don't like to be in Australia. I want to go back home. Yeah, I want to go back home. What we just need, we need a government, a legitimate government, which has been elected by the people. A government that is competent, a government that cares for its people, not these liberation movements which are corrupt. They are covering up for each other. They are stealing. They are destroying economies. You see what's happening in South Africa. South African economy before ANC was in power, it was very, very strong. That's my understanding, and that this is my opinion. But slowly, South Africa is going to be another Zimbabwe in a few years' time if you guys are not careful. If you keep ANC still in power, I can tell you South Africa is going to be another Zimbabwe, or even worse than Zimbabwe, because every Jack and Jill in South Africa has got a gun. You're going to have serious problems, guys. So we just need to understand each other, understand each other's problem. Let's try to unite. Let's try to help each other. Okay? Let's get rid of these liberation movements. They have overstayed their welcome. They need to go. They are destroying our beautiful continent. They are destroying our countries. You know, Zimbabwe, South Africa is very rich in terms of everything. Zimbabwe is also very rich in terms of everything, mineral resources, human capital, everything. But what do we have? We've got corrupt politicians who don't care about the people. They are just amazing, wealthy, for their girlfriends, families. They don't care about the masses. Zimbabwe has got enough money to take care of its citizens, but we don't have a government which can look after its citizens. I can tell you, if elections are done properly next year and we elect the administration which is going to take care of Zimbabweans, I can assure you, my brothers and sisters in South Africa, Zimbabweans will go back home in thousands. They'll go back in thousands. The other thing I wanted to say, please, for my brothers and sisters who are in South Africa, illegal or legal, please respect South African laws. Don't do crime. Stop stealing. Stop killing. Let's respect South Africa. South Africa has looked after us for many years. Many, many years. South Africa looked after our brothers and sisters who couldn't get jobs in Zimbabwe. Let's respect South Africans. I understand their anger. We know the people who are causing trouble in South Africa. We live with them in the communities. Let's report them to the police. Please. Please. This is all what I can say. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks, Milton. Thank you so much, my brother, for sharing your thoughts there. Yeah, I mean, Milton there, agreeing with what Finos was saying earlier, that ANC tends to favor ZANU-PF. He used the example of quiet diplomacy. And our brother Milton saying that, these liberation movements or parties, rather, currently in power in South Africa and Zimbabwe are the problem, that, something need to be done about that. Or as he put it, they might lead our nations into collapse if we don't do anything about it. So, yeah, we'll get back to that. So much happening here, but again, conversation kind of going sideways too. I don't know, Maynard can comment on this perhaps. With the suggestion of refugee camps and stuff like that. Like, what kind of conversation do we need to have when we're discussing immigration as Africans? These are things we need to really consider when on these issues. But let me welcome my brother Maynard Manyowa, who is joining us from the UK. Maynard is, of course, a Zimbabwean journalist who's written two pieces recently, which have made rounds and really have gotten many of us talking on this issue of Zim SA, immigration, what's going on, where are we going wrong on both sides. Maynard looks at both sides, and sometimes when we are debating things, there are pieces we miss. And of course, Maynard coming in with his skill as a journalist is able to see those pieces we miss and puts that quite nicely for us together and share it, and we can begin to make sense of things. Maynard, welcome, my brother. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Morning, Mr. T. Thank you so much for for hosting the spaces. I appreciate the opportunity to communicate with with a wide arsenal of readers, and morning to your listeners as well. I wanted to just start off quickly by because I joined a little bit late, but I did manage to catch a few speakers. Um, I think I agreed largely with a number of things that were said, but I also disagree with there is a present notion, Mr. T, of continuously propounding the idea that South Africans are not welcome in certain jobs, or that employers do not prefer South Africans in other jobs for one reason or the other. Some will raise laziness, some will say Zimbabweans are smarter, some will say Zimbabweans are harder, they're hardworking. I sort of have a challenge with that, because all that does is simply antagonize the locals and actually offend them, because what you are saying to them is that there are sectors in their own country where they should be treated like some kind of other, and they cannot operate and work in, and that should be intolerable. And if it is that we have people in rich Gulf estates, as the other speaker said, who are of the view that they will only employ foreign migrants and they'll employ legal immigrants, then legislation would need to be tightened up. So would enforcement. You would know, Mr. T, that in countries like here in the UK, people do not even attempt to employ an illegal immigrant. People do not attempt to employ anybody and pay them less than the minimum wage. The penalties for doing that are sky high. Directors of companies can be arraigned on criminal charges if they do that. So you'd find that every job application at interview stage, they will ask to see for your right to work. Even things as simple as trying to get a house, trying to rent a house, they'll ask you for the right to rent, prove that you have a right to actually rent a property while you're within the UK. And the reason that's been done is it's normal and expected that you'd find that large capital will always seek to exploit cheap labor, because cheap labor means greater profits, it means greater growth, and people who are desperate can work more hours for less money. But the problem with that is it drives salaries in the job market down, because employers feel they have a plethora of options to choose from. So I believe that when we have the conversations as Zimbabweans, we should sensitize each other. One, by saying let's not needlessly antagonize our brothers and sisters by telling them that there are sectors where we are better preferred than them, when that should not be the case. And if anything, we should be speaking in one voice and saying to them, we need to come up with arrangements where there's pressure put and legislation amended to make sure that it is extremely unattractive, even for a farm owner or for a restaurant owner, to employ people who are illegal, and worse off, to employ people who are illegal and then exploit them, by paying them the equivalent of slave wages. And we should be able to support locals, when they go on such drives. The second one was on liberation movements. I think it's an open secret that liberation movements have always had some form of an alliance. Liberation movements in Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Angola, all the way up to South Africa. For so many years, we had not seen liberation movements being ousted in Africa. We've since seen it. Malawi is a prime example. Malawi is a multi-party democracy. Its liberation movement, the MCP, is only returned to power now. And they've returned to power after a long time, I think 30, 40 years, away from power. However, the prospects of Malawians have hardly changed, even after successive, changes in successive governments. Things were worse, arguably, when they moved to Bakili Muluzi. There were brief improvements in Bingu Mutharika's first term in terms of Malawi becoming food secure, and become not, they used to, I think they used to be a net food importer. They stopped importing a lot of food under Bingu. But successive governments, Peter Mutharika, Joyce Banda, and now Lazarus Chakwera, have not done anything that's changed the prospects of Malawians. We still have Zambians who still come to South Africa, despite the fact that there's been changes of changes of government within Zambia. So it can be misleading to believe that the change in the political structure will automatically translate to change to changes towards immigration. There are a lot of push and pull factors that drive people into South Africa. Political persecution was one of them for a very, very very long time, especially during Mugabe's days. If anything, that's where the exodus began in 2000 and in 2007 2008 period. But there are also people who go to South Africa purely as as economic migrants, and there are also people who go there purely because of opportunities. Human beings by nature will always seek to place themselves in better environments, because human beings want to succeed. So liberation movements, I'm not sure that removing them necessarily would assist. I think what we perhaps need to do is to assist in conversations and assist in enforcement. I do agree with what my brother from Australia said, that we know people, and I think in essence I said that in my second piece, that we know people who come to South Africa, jumping the border. We know the people that facilitate, to cross people across the Limpopo. For those who have a little more money, we know the bus drivers that can smuggle you across without, even if you don't have a passport. And for a lot more money, we know people who can get you in South Africa legally, but then get your passport stamped out so that you don't overstay. And technically, you're back in Zimbabwe, yet you're still in South Africa. For a lot more money, we know people who can manufacture permits for you. these people live amongst us in communities. There are certain things that we know because largely, illegal immigrants, for example, cannot access the formal economy because then they'll need work permits, they'll need access to banking, they'll need to pay tax. We know people who would say, no, they're hustling. And I think, in fact, a lot of the criticism I got from my old countrymen was I was called a snitch, I was called a sellout. But above everything else, I was told that I was interrupting with people's hustles. And my argument has always been what you are calling hustling is precisely what those who are aggrieved with crime are raising. We consider it a victimless crime, but it still remains a crime, and crime is crime, no matter how small we think it is. When we are effectively smuggling goods in, when you're smuggling cigarettes in, that is crime. When you're jumping the border, that is crime. It's difficult because when I say this, it appears as if I'm being unfeeling. I'm being I'm not displaying compassion to the exact circumstances, desperate circumstances. Sometimes life or death circumstances that force someone to swim across the Limpopo, infested by crocodiles and hippos. It takes a lot for somebody to do that. But similarly, even in that desperation, it is still a crime, and it is something that we need to find ways of saying we need to assist South Africans, in terms of better policing. I know there's a separate argument that, Zimbabweans can't do this on their own. Obviously, they have to collude with Home Affairs officials. The border is guarded by tons and tons of members of the South African National Defence Forces, armed, to the teeth with AK-47 guns and body armor, and all of them, unfortunately, play, in that racket. They receive bribes, they get money, but it's something that we have to deal with. So those were the first two responses I sort of wanted to echo out, and I am interested to find out if a lot of your listeners have questions for me based on the articles that I wrote, so that I don't consume a lot of time simply reiterating ideas that I'd already thrown into the pot.
Certainly. Thank you so much, Maynard, for addressing those points. I'm sure people will have, questions for you. And perhaps, Maynard, for those who didn't get a chance to read your articles, can you give us perhaps maybe just synopsis of each piece, and then, we can engage that way?
All right, no, that's fine. That's fine by me. So the first piece I wrote was for the Daily Maverick, which was saying that dear Zimbabwe, it's time for us to have honest conversations about xenophobia. I think the main line that the article took was it was a call to action, and that action being reflection, saying as Zimbabweans we need to reflect. I think I spoke about Zimbabwe's hostile policy, towards immigrants, and especially towards refugees. And I said this is steeped in history. It's been going on for years. When Mozambique had a civil war, Renamo and Frelimo, hundreds and hundreds of Mozambican refugees that crossed into Zimbabwe seeking refuge, where they were turned back and sent back to Mozambique, where they were summarily executed in the forest and left to die and rot there by Alfonso Hlakama and his rebel movement. I also mentioned that even though there wasn't violence against immigrants, Zimbabwe was hostile towards immigrants from Malawi and Zambia who came to work in the mines. They called them Manyasarand, they called them Mabrandaya, they called them Mabudi, all of which were derogated terms where maybe South Africans would understand that maybe as makwerekwere. And those words were used against immigrants at the time. And I was saying that because the context was that we shouldn't always take the moral high ground and understand that a disdain for people who are different to us, or a disdain for foreigners, is not necessarily something new, and it's something that we as Zimbabweans have done. I also spoke about South Africa's friendly policy, towards migrants, and that that needs us, to express some form of gratitude and appreciate what South Africa has done. I mentioned the issue of encampment. And much later, I think I brought in the dynamic of crime, which would actually later force me to write a follow-up article. But the dynamic of crime that I brought there was that there were simply too many of us in South African prisons. The figures are murky because the policy of the Justice Department is not to identify how many prisoners are in jail by nationality. But once in a while, we do get a sneak peek either through the president speaking or some figures being released here and there. But going back to as far as 2011, 2012, the stats there were looking, quite grim. When you have thousands and thousands of foreign nationals in South African jails, it does, antagonize the people. And much later, I believe I raised the issue that, for example, Botswana has got, I can't remember, was it 10, 11, 12 prisoners who are in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, on the other hand, had over 400. That figure has since been clarified to over 500. And I mentioned, I think, much later that when you look around, Zambia has become hostile towards Zimbabwean migrants, legal or otherwise. So has Botswana in recent times. So has Namibia in recent times. And the UK has recently struck a deal to deport Zimbabwean criminals and send them back. And it was a piece aimed at my Zimbabwean brothers and sisters to say, look, we have to reflect. My wife had written a piece where she had spoken about everything that is wrong with hate, and I said yes, everything's wrong with hate, and I agree with her. But I said we need to have our own private conversations, and we need to reflect, because a lot of people in a lot of countries are expressing a lot of disdain, for Zimbabweans, and that's unfortunate. And that if Mr. T, if everyone is falling out with everyone they meet, then you have to conclude that they are the problem and not everyone else. And that was my quote reflection. And I eventually wrote a second article premised in part on what I had written earlier, and this one was on News 24, where I believe I spoke about Zimbabweans owing South Africa an apology and a thank you. An apology for allowing stereotypes to dominate the conversation, an apology for us for us saying we're smarter, we're better, an apology for being arrogant, an apology for having some of us, though a minority, involved in crime. And I think in that article I also dispelled, because a lot of people continuously try to tell me that South Africans are committing more crime than Zimbabweans, that even those figures, you have 160,000 South African criminals in jail, and Zimbabweans only make a small proportion of that. And I was saying that that is such an academic and in fact borderline pedestrian way of presenting facts, because what it ignores is that Zimbabweans are guests, and of course a host has no right to kill his guest, but a guest has no right to break into his host's house, ransack the bedroom, rape his wife under any circumstances. I think I said even one crime by any of our brothers and sisters is already one crime too many. And I felt we are continuously and perpetually making excuses. It doesn't matter if it's 10, 20, 30, 50, 100 people, or even if it's just one. We need to all equally condemn crime, and we need to apologize for that, because we are at a stage now where it's going to be impossible to appease. I think I also spoke that for so many years, since xenophobic attacks became quite violent in 2008, the standard approach has been to always scream Ubuntu in the face of South Africans, to remind South Africans of their blackness, to speak about oneness, about being a one African, and so forth, which is all, it's all good and impressive. But my argument was, if you can raise Ubuntu, then you should be able to answer, ways that Ubuntu when our brothers committing crime and you're defending them. Ways that Ubuntu when someone gets a flaming tire to their neck, that's a very valid question. But where is the Ubuntu when people are being raped, robbed, and murdered? And again, I'm not singling out anything. I'm not saying Zimbabweans are the only ones committing that crime, or that Zimbabweans commit those and crimes en masse. The point was, there are some of our brothers and sisters who are guests in South Africa, and they're committing these crimes, and we need to be realistic. People have got feelings, people have got emotions. I think I also brought in two case studies, of people who were victims of crime. One was, the very famous Rhodes Park rape of Jabumbata and Sipoka Sicele, whose husbands were, they had hands tied behind their backs. Their wives were raped in front of them, and then afterwards the guys were thrown in the pond and drowned. And the 8 criminals who did that, only 3 were brought to justice. The other 5, fled to Zimbabwe. I even spoke about a Zimbabwean truck driver whose house was he was ambushed in his house, I think around 2 a.m. And he had a gun put up his backside, and according to his wife's account, they shot him to the anus and they killed him in front of his kids. His wife and kids have now moved back to Zimbabwe. He was a legal migrant, because you can't be a truck and an inter-country truck driver while you're illegal, because you're persistently crossing through the border. And he was another victim of crime. And I thought that we continuously speak around the issue. And I think much later after the article, while reflecting as well, Mr. T, I think I was a bit affected by what I thought was a lack of accountability. That there seems to be a tendency, a very dominant tendency of always wanting to speak at South Africans. We don't want to give people an opportunity to speak. I understand they can, they can be a fine line between giving people an audience and giving them a platform to spew hate, to incite, and to spread poisonous hate, really. But it appeared that nobody is willing to listen, and that's where I differed with my wife, that perhaps she shouldn't have called the people of Tudula thugs to begin with, because she hadn't engaged them directly, she hadn't spoken to them directly, she'd only observed what is happening. And by calling them thugs, you're turning them off, and you're actually not giving yourself an opportunity to listen, to say, okay, what exactly are they saying? What do they want? No matter how vile and repulsive you believe what they're doing is, the bottom line is even a broken clock can be right 2 times a day, and you have to listen. If you don't listen, you'll never be able to to understand people. And after you listen to them, you also want to understand that these are also human beings, and whatever grievances they raise, we cannot continuously speak at them. A lot of spaces that I've listened to, a lot of places where I've had dialogues, including even my own comment section, you get a large number of people who perpetually want to respond to the problems or the grievances raised by people who have anti-immigrant sentiments, by telling them that South Africa is one of the most unequal societies in the world, that South Africans need to focus on racism, South Africans need to focus on getting the land, that rampant poverty is a problem, that the problems are between labor and market relations. Um, I have a problem with that approach on 2 fronts. One, I believe it's academic, but it's not realistic. You are not going to be able to go to the hotspots where there's violence and say that to their face and tell them that, what, the issue is actually relations between labor and capital and so forth. It's not foreigners. They're not going to listen to you. Neither are you going to scream Ubuntu and get them to calm down. And secondly, it's insulting, I suppose. Somebody tells you that, look, I've got a headache, and then your response to them is, you've got a headache, but do you know that the shirt you're wearing and the pants you're wearing are not matching? Like, why would you wear orange and purple? It's not matching. It's an eyesore. And yet somebody's continuously telling you that I've got a problem, I've got a headache. We cannot be in the business of perpetually prescribing solutions and perpetually telling those who have anti-immigrant sentiments that their grievances are misplaced, and that they should be fighting other wars, because what that just does is it actually just encourages the violence, because one, you're calling people stupid, and second, you're telling them that their feelings and emotions don't matter, and what they will do afterwards is simply take the battle back to the streets, and that that doesn't help and that doesn't assist. So I think in a nutshell, that's sort of summarily the synopsis of both articles and where my head is at the moment.
Thanks, my brother. Thank you so much, Maynard, for that. You really put it well, my brother. Really appreciate you being with us. Yeah, also in some of these discussions we have, man, we tend to dismiss one another, and focus, give very little time to solutions. I mean, we all know what the problems are for us on both sides, Zim and SA. But, Why can't we focus on what the issues are? But yeah, let's hear from our speakers. And please, speakers, don't forget, bring some solutions. If your solutions do share, of course, you can share like you write, but also don't forget to listen like you're wrong. That's always a good thing to do when you are
Sorry,
out
Mr.
here.
T. Mr. T,
Yes,
sorry. My
yes,
battery is
Frank.
running low. Do you mind if I do
Okay,
my final submission?
okay, quickly, my brother.
Okay, thank you. I've got a right. This is gonna be back to Maynard. I've just listened to his submissions, quite eloquently put together. Even though I don't agree with some of the things he said, one thing that I picked up though was the aspect of him saying regime change or for liberation, parties. Is not the solution. It's not the panacea to, prosperity. And he gave a case study of Malawi, which I vehemently disagree with. But that's a subject for another day. I think this is my own perspective. This is not a personal attack on Maynard. I think he's speaking from a position of privilege. I know he's a journalist. If he was somebody's, swimming with a baby on his back across the Limpopo, I don't think he would have the same sentiments. So regime change is real. ZANU-PF and the ANC will not reform themselves out of power. That's a fact. So we cannot have a perpetual aspect of governance by these draconian parties without reforms being implemented. So I've got a problem with that. But that's my final submission. But otherwise, I'm quite content with everything that he said. Thank you so much for the space. Thanks for the time. Have a fab day.
Please
Thank you.
don't go. Please don't go. Don't go.
No, Mkulu Amapel. Thanks, Finos. Thanks for that. He has to go. It's better. It's better. It's time. Okay, I'm going to bring in our new speakers, and then we'll come back to you guys who've already spoken. We do have two sisters here, which is rare. So let's give them an opportunity to weigh in. We'll hear from Azania, and then Baby Girl, and Nota as well. Azania, how's California, my sister?
Hi, Mr. Tswebu. Good morning to you all in South Africa, and good evening for those who are in different continent and different time zone, fellow Africans. California is, things have changed even in America, as you know that the southern border is wide open. Is the kind of like same situation as like here in South Africa. So soon, it will be kind of a similar situation, but here things are done differently, On my take on this situation of immigration in South Africa, I'm also an immigrant in the land of America because here it doesn't matter if you're a citizen or not, you will always be an immigrant into their book because this is not your soil. So, as all Africans that have come across, we behave and we obey the law fully here and we comply. We don't have any audacity as African migrant to stand up into American government and then we claim our rights, even if we do have the rights according to the book, but we do have the sincere approach because ziyashubala. They start with their own. They don't care. As a matter of fact, into that situation as immigrants, I was listening to one of the spaces that was held by African Americans, or let me say Black Americans, because they want to be preferred to be called in that way. They are so fed up with us because I'm including myself into that collective because we all come from Africa. They are so fed up with the things that are going on, some that are done by other immigrants, as if we are replacing them into their own home, which they only have one home. So as a South African that loves my home, that I'm looking forward soon to migrate back, because there's nothing that is better than home, and I want to invest back in my own country. It's sad because we are fellow Africans, and now it comes to a point that this Ubuntu thing of that we do have as Africans, it has been misused and misguided in such a way that now we begin to hate the hatred, and then they will say that we hate ourselves through the political that is being pushed by politicians, because they don't give any fuck about us. It doesn't matter which political group might be. They are staying behind high walls. In South Africa, I came from a disadvantaged area of slums of South Africa. I know how to be unsafe. I know how to be robbed in the streets of Johannesburg, whether it's by fellow brother from another country or whether it's through South African, through circumstances. The streets are not saved. In such a way, when I'm looking to such criminality, it's a treason, like in other serious countries, like within 24 hours, such other criminality, the department would be like, no, you have to take your people because of this and that. The heavily armed, that the criminals that they do have, even the guns, are not legally allowed in South Africa, like AK-47, but they are running around robbing in daylight, and even the government knows. And beside that, we know our own government, we are ruled by alleged mafias. We are still fighting with them. We are still fighting apartheid. We are still fighting inequality. We are still fighting even tribalism. We are fighting so many things. So let's have this Ubuntu thing halfway. Let's not be the one who have to carry this burden of coming halfway. If ZANU-PF and ANC has to be, let's come collectively together as one. But at this point, it is a boiling point, because one or other, someone is going to retaliate. I was watching one of the videos where the guys from Somalians were carrying a heavily armed. I was like, South Africans are not armed, are sleeping, are not armed. If anything that can happen in that country, it will be a disaster, because at this point now, it is beyond politic. It is beyond politic. Now it is a dog-eat-dog situation. Just imagine, even when you land into an airport, that you have a fake immigration pretendency. We are going to be banned out, guys. What if South Africa is going to be banned out with other countries? You are not allowed to go as a South African collectively, whether you are legal or illegally. So who's going to suffer in all these things? Guys, let's take care. As me, as a visitor in this country, I know where to draw a line. I know which battles, how to fight them. Recently, there was a BLM, protest. I know where to throw that. They did loot or whatsoever. I know what I'm here for. I know where to stand in the corner and fight, psychologically and other ways, because at the end of the day, I'm not like a South African. I'm also an ambassador of South Africa, because if I'm being cashed doing something, I would be in the mainstream, and then they will say South African. So it will affect even other people who have opportunity to come on this side. It's like I am closing a gate for them. Let's have the sincere. When you are a visitor in someone's house, even if you are a cousin, you are a visitor in someone's house, you behave well. You know the rules and regulations. Now it's like, if we can't have this country, let it burn into hell. It is that situation, the way that I see. I love my brothers and sisters equally. Whether you are a Zimbabwean, Angolan, Somalian, or whatsoever, we are one. But let's have a vision. South Africa is so young. It's 27 years old. It's not only politicians who have fought for that country. Our brothers, our mothers, people are orphans. They fought in apartheid. Unsung heroes. They fought in apartheid. Those people are ordinary citizens. Don't be fooled by these guys who are wearing the suits, who are saying that, hey, we went to exile. I call them cowards. They went to hide and sit there and came back when everything was okay so that they can loot. Because if it was about us, why are we having 20, whatever, 30 political parties but are fighting for a black person, but they cannot even solve even today? If it is that case to put us forward, let Zimbabwe to be a 10th province, and then we work together, and then we take over and be one. Let's not, use the emotion and emotional blackmail of saying that, oh, we are one African. Our ancestors had the different mentality. Those people have morals. Those people had vision. Those people had everything that united. We are a different generation. The system that we fought and they fought, it made us to be a different breed of a human being. Things have changed. I'm not saying that let's close borders or whatsoever. If we are going to open up, we are opening the borders to why are the people, there are people who wants to come through the roof. I came through the gate. I've been scanned. They know me psychologically. I'm fit to sit here and stay here with the people. If I have a problem, they have to track me back home and say that, oh, you did 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to track you and we are going to find you. We're going to trace you. So people, let's behave like Africans. Let's love one another, but let's work together, not in using emotional blackmail and Africanness. And these politicians, oh God, if you South Africans, you don't have a plan for 2024 as who is going to take over, South Africa won't survive. Because these guys, if let's say EFF is losing an ANC, what if they put together, I don't know what is that political term, they put the numbers, because if you have the power, you will never want to be moved away. You will want to live lavishly until. So I'm not willing for my own generation to go for 40 years of slavery under the political party. I'm sorry. So that is my take in that. I'm not angry to anyone or whatsoever, but let's not speak on the comfortability behind the walls. Yes, I am in the safe space, but my family is not on the safe space. They are dodging the bullets that they have never signed up for. And we have lost the families through the apartheid, which we are still fighting even today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Azania. What a submission, my sister. Really appreciate that. We'll go to baby girl Lenota and then we'll check in back in with Maynard to see if he wants to weigh in on this. Baby girl, welcome. Good morning to you.
Hi. Yo, I had so much to say, and then Barbara threw me off with her submission because, wow. I mean, who says that? Who says that? What Maynard said, pretty much, after Barbara, Maynard spoke, I think a speaker or two later. And I agree with him. It's and for people to say he is coming from a place of privilege, because he's literally saying, why can't you be in people's country and be polite and not arrogant? But it's this strange line of, you're you're asking for help, and it's on a Monday, it's we're one. And then on Tuesday, we're better than you. And on Wednesday, what will white people do without us cleaning their gardens and their houses? I mean, that is the most, it's ridiculous. And it really pissed me off, and I'm fuming. And honestly, it, like I said, it just threw me off from what I really wanted to say. But I think, you know, let me just tweet and use the hashtag, because ka ho rogana mo, and I ke batlo rogana. So, it's I'll speak next time. Yeah.
Okay, baby girl, maybe it's nakonyana and then otlabu already. Nota.
It remain that again. I reply.
Okay, sharp. Maynard, did you wanna weigh in on the?
Thank you, Mr. T. Look, I'll start off with with what Final said, and unfortunately, it's a very unfortunate position, which simply extends what I complained about earlier, that if South Africans raise an issue. If they say, illegal immigrants are being employed and driving salaries down, the response is that employers prefer Zimbabweans. Zimbabweans are smart, Zimbabweans are hardworking. I'm not a South African. I'm saying we are committing so many crimes that we believe are victimless, and we actually don't stop to realize that when people from Dudula say we're tired of crime, it includes people swimming across the Limpopo. It includes people paying to have their passport stamped out. And I say that, and then automatically I am speaking out of privilege. And this is an argument that, if you go through my mentions, is quite prominent in terms of, well, you're speaking from the UK, you're saying that because you're safe, or you're a journalist, or you've got a job, you've got money. But just to dispel that, Mr. T, I was born in a very rural town of Zimbabwe called Zushavane. My father, though pretty well off because he was a military man, died quite early in my life. I think I was 10, just about 10, 11 when he died. Our circumstances changed because my mother did not have the appetite to fight his relatives and other people for his money and his properties. So my life changed drastically on the 25th of October in 2001, because one weekend I could go to school with tons of pocket money, milk, drinks, polony, everything that I wanted. The next week I was scrambling to walk 3 kilometers to school. I only ever arrived in Harare, I think, for the first time when I was 18, but that's besides the point. But where I differ when people, repeatedly say I've got privilege, is I've been in that situation. I've been in South Africa and worked as a waiter. I've never always lived in the UK. I only came to the UK in 2019, having been in Hong Kong before that. I wasn't always privileged. My wife is always, we're always having this discussion of, we were together for such a long time. And there were times when it was difficult, and we didn't know how we would sort of make things work between us, and we weren't married. And there were suggestions from people that, hey, why don't you just get married quickly on paper, and then you can get a spousal visa, and then afterwards you can be in SA, and then from there you guys can build your directions. And both me and my wife were very adamant at the time that we would not participate in a sham marriage, even though we knew very well that in a couple of years we would get married. We still waited until we paid lobola, until we cleared my dues with my in-laws, and then we got married. And even after getting married, I've never applied for a spousal visa, largely because I don't want to feed into the narrative that people can ever assume that I married my wife because I wanted papers. So I wasn't always privileged, and I didn't always have what I have now. But I think the stance of perpetually telling people that their opinions are misplaced, or their opinions mean something else, is what contributes to the challenges. Because when people say I have a problem with with crime, and you tell them your problem is white people. When people say we have a problem with employment of foreigners, you tell them that no, but white people don't want you to wash their clothes, they want us to wash clothes. When somebody says we need to work with South Africans and bring crime to an end, you then say they're privileged. It doesn't help the dialogue, and it just reaffirms that lack of accountability that I mentioned earlier. I also listened quite quite intently to what my sister Azania said, and I was listening to her. I was taking notes and thinking, I know fully well that she's going to offend a lot of people, because people, I can almost predict that the reactions will be, well, you saw Somalis with guns, but they're also South Africans who have guns. You will get people who are going to come and say, yeah, but you are saying you're against foreigners, but they're also you're also for another country. These are the standard responses that I've become so used to.
Sorry, my brother, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I didn't call that. I said these are the standard, responses that should likely get. And I think at some point we have to, we have to be pragmatic and realistic, Mr. T. There is an ideal world where we say to people, you cannot branch people. You cannot put people into these big labels. You cannot use terms like all Zimbabweans, or you cannot, say that Somalis have committed crimes, they've got guns, or Nigerians are into drugs and so forth. It is an ideal world where people choose and pick their words carefully. But that ideal world, as you know, what is ideal is not always the same as what is real. On the ground, you must understand that the people who sometimes eventually turn, to violence and express themselves violently against immigrants have no time to listen to these, to these ideal, arguments. What they need is very pragmatic solutions. At the end of the day, even though immigrants want to be free, and you say, well, look, at the end of the day, we can't be in a corner and do as we're told and the like. The bottom line is, as long as we are visiting, people will always see us in a certain type of way. And if we don't behave that way, we are going to frustrate them. We're going to frustrate them. And as I said, there has to be a reason why the complaints from Malawi, Zambia, Namibia, and South Africa almost mirror each other. It's always a case of arrogance. It's always a case of driving wages down, in the job market, and it's always a case of lack of accountability.
All right, thank you so much, my brother. Really appreciate that. Not already.
Yeah, no, I'm ready. Maynard, how are you, brother? How are you, Mr. Treu? And how are all of the what do we call people who come to Treu spaces? What do we call ourselves?
I don't know. You should give us the name.
No. I'll think about it. I'm good at naming things, but I'll give it some thoughts. It'll have to take some time. Maynard, are you good, my brother?
Yes, I'm good. Thank you so much for asking.
Good. I'd like to ask a couple questions before I give my submissions.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, you and I have got a lot in common, even though it's opposite. As in, I've got a Zimbabwean wife and you've got a South African wife, right?
Uh-huh.
Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct.
Okay, cool. So, I mean, just from your basic understanding, I'm an avid reader of the Daily Maverick, or all media actually. So I read your wife's article as well.
Oh.
And how did it come to a point where you guys had a discussion about her article and you disagreed with her, knowing that you could potentially starve and food in the UK is very expensive?
Yeah, look, it was a difficult position to take. So the advantage you have is my wife and I both work in the same field. So we're persistently confronting issues together. She's a different kind of journalist to me. She's more behind the camera most of the time. She does a lot of photojournalism. I read the article she wrote 2 years ago, and I didn't respond to that one. But after she wrote the second one, I felt that she had ticked the boxes in terms of everything that you expect in an article that dispels hate. But I thought that there were other perspectives that that were not brought up. So we sat down. I presented my ideas. I told her what I was thinking. I think maybe 20 minutes into it, she was bored and said, "Look, if you're just gonna respond, why don't you just do it the normal way?" and write a response article. I did choose my words carefully, you know, as you said, because I wasn't sure if I would have dinner for the night. But I think because we have such a very strong relationship. My wife is my best friend, and has been my best friend for years. She's picked me up when I was at my lowest. I've picked her up when she's at the lowest. We sometimes are forced at work to have professional conversations, whereas the features writer myself, I want to tell a different story, but her as a photojournalist, she'll tell you that I don't think this is where the story is, and we've learned from disagreeing several times, you know, that we can have professional opinions which are different in terms of our work, but still find common ground. And you know, one thing which has really worked for us is it's very difficult to be in a relationship with a foreigner, be it me being the Zimbabwean and her being the South African. Why? Because when there's widespread conflict, a line is drawn in the sand very quickly, if not by yourselves, by the people, you know, around you. And people will attempt to, you know, to throw you on opposite sides of the argument. I remember counseling a man who approached me with a problem with his wife yesterday, because his wife is South African. She felt that he's taking sides with Zimbabweans in the debate and the like. We identified that pretty early in our relationship, that we should never allow discussions about nationality and politics to extend beyond a second line. And we understand because we have kids. When we're two boys, and those boys are both Zimbabwean and South African. So that has really helped in terms of when we are having heated dialogues. There's not an opportunity or a chance where I've ever had my wife say "your people," or where I've ever said to her "your people." We're always, you know, very careful to make sure that there are no lines in the sand. We might say different ideas, but we speak on the same side.
No, that's dope. That's dope. So I'm assuming Maynard, are you Shona speaking or Ndebele speaking?
I speak both. My Ndebele is not as good, but I'm sure my father is Shona, so I would. In fact, I would say my father is Karanga, because Shona is a bunch of language. Yeah.
Mukalanga. The Kalangas are related to me because that's part of my clan names. My surname is Baloyi, and we are from the Baloyi clan of Tanzania in East Africa, and we migrated down to Southern Africa in the 1400s. So I am Kalanga, Ndondolovana. But because of the way in which, you know, I came to know of the issues of migration within our countries, right? South Africa and Zimbabwe, during the 2008 xenophobic attacks. I was still very young at that point. I was 18 years old. I was still in high school, right? But subsequent to that, you know, there were some anti-migrant sentiments that I could pick up. But being a young suburban kid, having gone to school with kids from Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Zambia, living in Fourways as well, which is north of Johannesburg, where a lot of the more affluent people from our neighboring countries reside as well. You know, I was brought up in a very Afropolitan environment, so I never really felt what people in like townships actually feel when it comes to them being saddled with the burden of having to house refugees or undocumented migrants, because at the end of the day, it's not like the undocumented migrants live in Sandton or in Sandhurst in the houses of the white people that like their hand washing or whatever it is, you know. So the difficulty came when, you know, I just needed to understand, you know, with everything that's happening, I never understood like my wife's apprehension when it came to social issues. And mind you, she's in Ndebele.
Okay.
And it wasn't until like I started finding out the stories of Ndebeles in Zimbabwe, you know, and finding out about the genocide, Kukurahundi, and everything else, you know. And the way our own Black people were slaughtered by their own Black people in a democratic and free Zimbabwe, and how that history has been completely erased. And if you can commit such an atrocity of genocide like that, the type of fear that you strike into people means that even if their government is abusing them, they will find it very difficult to rise up and stand up. So just judging from my wife's attitude, I could tell that the Ndebele people of Zimbabwe are the kafirs of Zimbabwe. They are the niggers of Zimbabwe. And they're treated like second-class citizens, even to the extent of Emerson Mnangagwa, the president, who was a general when Ndebeles were being slaughtered in the genocide that Zimbabwe likes to have erased from our history, right? Emerson Mnangagwa, as a president, sitting president, incumbent, in Easter weekend, talks about Ndebele criminals who've run away from Zim to commit crimes in South Africa. Now, that's tribalism. If your president is saying you Ndebele criminals commit crimes in my country, even if you're not a criminal, but you're Ndebele, you will know that Zimbabwe is not a welcoming place for you. I just come from Bulawayo right now. I was there a month ago. There are people lying in the streets in Bulawayo. Bulawayo is a small town. It's smaller than Bloemfontein. What town can I compare it to? Smaller than Rustenburg. It's a very small town. It's a very small town. It's a small town. It's like Mount Aleph in the Eastern Cape. That's how big it is. Bulawayo. There are people in the streets begging, right there. And then when you go to the hotels in Bulawayo, all the people that are in top management are Shona speaking. So all the Ndebeles know that they will not get the best economic opportunities, even within their own communities where they grow up in Zimbabwe. They will be treated like blacks are treated in South Africa, as Ndebeles in Zimbabwe. So for me, when I read your article and it went on to the whole entire thing of how Zimbabweans have treated other neighbors or whatever, for me, I think that part you completely missed the point. I think that Zimbabweans' treatment of other neighbors has got nothing to do with how Zimbabweans who leave Zimbabwe behave when they leave Zimbabwe. But the way Zimbabweans have treated fellow Zimbabweans, right, affects how Zimbabweans behave when they leave Zimbabwe. Because if I'm a Zimbabwean and I feel like my country has got nothing for me, I could be slaughtered, I could be beaten up by the police, I could be repressed, merely because I'm Ndebele. And merely because I'm Ndebele, because of the Nguni language dominance in South Africa, I'm able to use that as an advantage to assimilate with South African communities and find myself maybe not living in a refugee camp, but maybe in a township among people, find myself working, taking up opportunity, passing as a South African, because that's what Ndebeles do. And that's what a lot of Shona people have called out Zimbabwean Ndebeles for passing as South Africans. There was this thing called passing back in the day where there were light-skinned coloreds who could pass as white people, or there were light-skinned black people who could pass as colored people and then get privileges and benefits. Those privileges and benefits that Ndebele people are looking for in South Africa are the basic human rights that they're denied in their own country. Now, I'm not saying that it's a complete tribalistic war between all Shona people and all Ndebeles, but Shona people are in the ascendancy. Shona people have got the power, and therefore they've got more opportunities. Ndebele people of Zimbabwe keep crying all the time, but they don't have media that can speak for them, and they don't have anyone that cares for them. And they're also a minority group. They can't come to South Africa and say, South Africans, please help us fight our government. Because when we look at the government even denies their existence. They're saying, no, we don't even know who these people are or what they are. They're probably criminals that are running away. They were probably paid by the British. Another thing that is also something that I feel like, your article missed out on is the rhetoric that comes in with regards to sanctions. And now I'm not pointing this out as to basically critique you or criticize you. I'm raising this because in an article, you've got a limited amount of words, and there's certain things that maybe you cannot speak on, And for those who have read the article, as thought-provoking and as insightful as it is, and I greatly appreciate the bravery it took for you to put the things that you put in that article. Like, seriously speaking, you have changed, you single-handedly as one human being, as one single Zimbabwean, right, have single-handedly changed the entire false narrative that was being created by certain Zimbabweans in power. That Zimbabweans are arrogant, that Zimbabweans are entitled, that Zimbabweans think South Africa is their fiefdom and they can do with it as they please, and South Africans must just sit back and observe and watch. Because that is the attitude that we've been drawing from, a lot of the condemnation that's been coming from, people in Zimbabwe, people all over the world, people who are not in touch with the situation. Another thing about South African media is that South African media, the people that go and speak on TV, they live in the suburbs. They've got nice, cushy jobs or anything else. I'm not going to deny the fact that I did not grow up in the townships, but I lived in Katlehong on the east end on the east of Johannesburg, a township between 2013 and I left there 2016. I left there at the end of 2016, at the end of 2015. So I stayed in Katlehong 2013, 2014, 3 years in the township as an adult. Now, what I can tell you is that being in the township up until the age of 3 when I was a kid is completely different to being in the township as an adult. What I was exposed to while I was in Katlehong, I saw the xenophobic violence against the Somalian shop owners firsthand happening right in the community where I was, right? I saw also the fact that young men, black men, all of them, between the ages of, let's say, 18 to maybe 28, most of them have got nothing to do. Most of them have got no opportunities because opportunities are limited and only the political elite can benefit, or those who have got either connections can benefit through the political elite. So you've got a whole lot of frustrated young men in the prime of their lives who are taken out of economic activity, who are also then, because of being taken out of economic activity, then dehumanized, because we have commodified men as providers. And if a man is not seen as someone who's got money or who's got wealth, he's not seen. Let me put it to you like this. Construction workers can work with a very noisy grinder or something right next to a restaurant, and women will walk past those men as if they do not exist. Mainly because, a lot of construction workers have got this habit of just picking on women that they've got no chance of ever having a conversation with, and trying to say funny things, catcalling them or whatever. But also because we have trained people to see people's economic value. The first thing you ask when you meet someone is, what do you do? Because you want to know what job they have, so you can ascertain what salary range they're in, so you can ascertain whether you should speak to them or not. Because we don't speak to broke people, do we? So the missing gaps in the narrative that I feel still needs to come from many Zimbabweans, and a lot who are silently benefiting from living in South Africa and the comforts that come with that, right, are not about their treatment of foreigners. No, that is not the problem. South Africa doesn't have a problem with undocumented migrants from Zimbabwe because Zimbabweans are xenophobic. That's not why we've got that problem. No. Our problem is because Zimbabweans have committed a crime as a state, which their people have never, ever, ever taken accountability for. They've never shown remorse for it. They've never apologized for it. There's even nothing to commemorate the deaths of people who were slaughtered in the genocide that happened in Zimbabwe in the 80s. Missing that important and critical piece means that you cannot even then begin to understand the level of desperation that forces people to cross a river that's infested with hippopotamuses and crocodiles. Because that desperation comes from being seen as less than human in your own country. That desperation comes from knowing that your people can be slaughtered and nobody will go to jail for it. That desperation comes from knowing that the sitting president that comes onto your TV is someone that could have killed your grandfather, that could have killed your father, your uncle, your mother, slaughtered thousands of people, and now you have to watch them on TV and they are powerful. It's like when someone has to watch a celebrity who raped them on TV. It's triggering because what it shows is that there's no accountability. It shows that what has happened to you, right, is nothing because no one cares, because no one is being punished for the wrong that has been done to you. It means that maybe you deserved to be treated like that. And if I feel like I'm subhuman myself, there's no telling what I would be capable of. There's no telling what type of criminality I can get myself up to. So I heard my sister Azania talking about how South Africans have got they behave like ambassadors because we know that we don't want to close opportunities for other South Africans when we go to other countries and misbehave, right? That's because we've got pride in our nationhood as South Africans. Zimbabwe has lost that pride because of the genocide that was committed in their country under the black leadership. South Africa doesn't have that genocide that has been committed, and yet the country looked away. When Marikana happened, there was accountability that needed to happen. There was an entire commission that was called in. People had to make submissions. Even right now, to this day, the ANC government is stained forever for what has happened in Marikana. It will be 10 years since the Marikana massacre this year. What happened in July in South Africa is also something that, so we South Africans have got the freedom of speech to speak about and also confront our government, confront our leaders and say, ANC, where were you? Security cluster, police, where were you? 300 and something South Africans died. They were slaughtered. There's a commission that's being held right now to actually investigate what has happened so that we can get to the truth of the matter. We can see who was to blame and we can make sure that they're held accountable for those actions. Because as much as the arm of the law is long, it finally does catch you. Even in South Africa, even though you might get away with a crime for 10 years, you will finally get caught. You know what I mean? I think we've even got a higher conviction rate than the UK in South Africa, actually, for crimes that are committed. I don't think we've got a quicker in terms of justice system, in terms of from the time charges are brought against you to you actually being found guilty or innocent. It might take a very long time in South Africa, but in terms of our conviction rates for crimes that are committed and investigated, or crimes that are reported to the police and then investigated and there's some conclusion, we've got a higher rate than the UK even. And that's something you guys can research. You can check the stats for yourself as well. You know, so when we're looking at this criminality issue that we're facing from a lot of undocumented migrants and the level of violence as well, right, that we're seeing, the most violence that we're seeing is either coming from places that are war zones where they still haven't had accountability for the atrocities that are committed in war, the crimes of war, right? Like Mozambique. So a lot of violent criminals come from Mozambique. You know, you look at like places like Lesotho. Lesotho is a country that's been at war. You know, they've had like I don't know how many coup attempts in the last 5 years. Different presidents being overthrown, elections being challenged, you know, military being called in. These AK-47s that they're using in this illegal mining is what they use to fund their wars within Lesotho, their little civil war that's happening amongst the political parties for control and in defiance of the royal family of Lesotho. That's where a lot of the violence comes from. And if we look at the violence that is coming from Zimbabwe, a lot of it stems from the fact that people are still traumatized by the genocide. People don't want to take accountability for the genocide. People don't want to admit that something needs to be done to actually create nationhood in Zimbabwe. The Shona people of Zimbabwe need to extend a hand to their Ndebele brothers and build one country where all of them feel like they've got a vested stake in its future. And until that happens, you will have people crossing the river hoping they don't get eaten by crocodiles because they see themselves as subhuman in their own country. And that has got nothing to do with xenophobia. It's just got to do with tribalism. That is the problem. South Africa doesn't have the same problem with tribalism because we are fortunate that the biggest tribes, let's say the Zulus, do not overwhelmingly dominate this country. It's balanced. There's Xhosa people, there's Tswana people, there's Sutu people, there are Pedi people, even though there are Tswana people are the same thing. There are Tsonga people, there are Venda people. All of us are a mix. There are Afrikaners. All of us are a mix. And therefore, the balance of power puts us in a situation where no one party can dominate any of the others or subjugate any of the others. You know, we've got that system. Unfortunately, in many other African democracies that have emerged, certain tribal groups might try to enforce a tribal hegemony, like what has happened in Zimbabwe. There is a Shona tribal hegemony that controls the country, and then the few Zapu Ndebeles that are integrated within that system that benefit from being high-ranking members of ZANU-PF, they make it seem like it's not tribalistic, but it actually is tribalistic. It's like the blacks that are in DA. They make it seem like DA is not racist while they're there, but DA is racist. So when we talk about this tribalism issue, yes, sorry, I'm almost done.
Yeah, thanks. Maynard Manyowa.
Sure. So when we talk about this tribalism issue, I want us to go back to Kukuraundi. I want us to go back to the actual sin that dehumanized Zimbabwean people, that made them feel like they need to flee their own country, and not just the economic migrants that are fleeing a situation where they feel like they're not part of the political elite and therefore there's no chance for them in Zimbabwe, but people who actually feel like they're not human beings. Thank you very much, Maynard. I await your response.
All right, thank you, my brother, for your submission, and you make quite interesting points, which unfortunately I disagree with, because I suppose they've been narrated in a sense incorrectly. I think to begin with, and I touched it before you had spoken, when I said there's nothing like a Shona person. Shona is a group of languages that almost sound similar. So I am Karanga. I speak a language that can be identified as Shona. People from the north speak Zezuru. Like they are Zezuru, and they speak a language that is grouped as Shona. We were under British rule, and under British rule, to make governance easier, tribes that had dialects that sound similar. So Karanga, Ndau, Tonga, Manyika, Kore Kore were all grouped together. Our cultures are inherently different. Our practices are different to the bone. And if anything, we are not necessarily the same tribes. And where perhaps I believe you made a mistake is Mugabe did not pursue a Shona hegemony. Mugabe pursued a Zulu hegemony. His henchman was a Zulu, and that is the system of administration that he put in place. This is important, especially when it comes to the genocide itself, starting just after 1980. Zimbabwe had two liberation arms, ZANU, which had its arm called Zanda, that was its army, and we had ZAPU, which its arm was ZIPRA. ZANU won the election, Mugabe went into power. There was immediate confident differences between Mugabe ZANU and Nkomo's ZAPU. And unfortunately, the call to disarm straight after that was not entirely honored. If you get a chance, you can read a book by David Coulthard. He's a white guy, opposition stalwart. He's been in the benches. He wrote a book a while ago called, I think, 50 Years of Struggle or something like that. And even when you have conversations, with him, Gukurahundi was perpetrated largely by a brigade trained in North Korea called the 5th Brigade, which was a Zanla army that targeted people in ZIPRA to not only weaken ZAPU, but to disarm them. Now, the layers to this, which would take a lot of time, but summarily, they were dissidents. That is proven by CIA records. That is proven by conversations between the Zimbabwean intelligence, the MI5 and the MI6. Mugabe used that opportunity because I believe big dissidents even shot down a British Airways plane at some point carrying white tourists. Under the cover of fighting dissidents, Mugabe would always wanted a one-party state, used that to attack people who were formerly belonging in Zipra and in Zapu. My father, as I told you, was a military man. He fought in the liberation struggle. So was my mother. She was a war collaborator. My father was jailed during the period that dissidents were attacked, and my father is not Ndebele. In fact, the violence did not only occur in Matabeleland, it occurred in Midlands, all the way up to Mashonaland East. I think the violence was widespread across what are maybe predominantly 4 or 5 provinces now. To avoid separatism, number one, to take out dissidents, and as Mugabe had always wanted, to pursue a one-party state. Several people were murdered. I believe conservative estimates put it at about 2,000 people. The Catholic Commission put it at about 4,000. I think it used to be about 3.5. On the internet, different people would tell you that maybe 2,000, maybe 20,000 people. Some can say up to as many as 30,000. There is really no way of knowing where, how many people precisely died. Mass graves are still being uncovered as we speak. There are still some areas which are difficult to access, which are guarded, and for which you are told they may have been, burial sites. Now, why I'm saying this is it's easy reading online to get the impression that Shonas and Ndebeles are at war with each other, and that Ndebele people, Ndebele speaking people, are themselves the victims of Shona aggression. This is not entirely the case. Neither is the reverse. As a 15-year-old, I went to Bulawayo to visit a friend, and I was thrown into a sewage pond for no other reason except that I was shown. Those aggressions have they've been there since time immemorial. But perhaps one thing that my brother you've also missed is that Ndebeles are not the minority, in Zimbabwe. By tribe, the Ndau people would be the biggest minorities, followed by the Kalangas, I think, and then the Kores. And believe it or not, we have much, much, much smaller tribes. We've got Pedi people in Zimbabwe. We've got Tswana people in Zimbabwe. We've got Soto people in Zimbabwe. And you can verify this by checking our list of official languages that are spoken, taught in Zimbabwe. And you'd find that all of those people...
Xhosa as well. Xhosa as well.
Yeah. Yes, and Kosa. And all of these people further down, the pecking order. And as I said, Mugabe pursued a Zulu hegemony to the bone, and he pursued his idea of a one-party state. And unfortunately, in his actions, he was supported by a lot of the Western powers, which is why that genocide was sort of covered up. Because for the first 5 years when Zimbabwe became a country, not much was changed in terms of the security establishment. So the British army generals remained in power. The Rhodesian soldiers were integrated with the freedom fighters, and they became the Zimbabwe National Army. But all of them, the Director General of the intelligence organization, Ken Flower, was British and remained, in power. And the guys then was that Mugabe was taking out dissidents, and he enjoyed fruitful support from the British and American governments, which is why till today you would find that there is a lot of difficulty in terms of raising the subject, because the Conservative Party, which was in government at the time, was in bed, with Mugabe, and they were complicit, and I mean to some degree they were probably even liable. The country has tried, by the way, to acknowledge that the genocide happened. It's incorrect that there's been no conversation, nobody's accepted it. We've had an NRPC, National or NPRC, a National Peace and Reconciliation Commission, for quite some time now. I think since Emerson Mnangagwa took over, he's attempted, to have that independent commission to try and see what can be done in terms of how to solve it.
Attempted, or is it an active thing? Please send us the link so we can check it out as well.
if you just Google the National Peace and Reconciliation Commission of Zimbabwe, you'll be able to see it. I say attempted because the commission itself is in place, and I mean it's mandated by the constitution. It is operational, but the reason why I use the word attempted is because it personally, I think it leaves a lot to be desired in terms of its implementation. Those that in power would readily tell you that, well, we put in the commission, the commission, we are pushing for reconciliation, we're bringing in quotas and the like. I would know, as a person who comes from Midlands, as I said, where I believe I told you I can speak a little bit of Ndebele. I think we're divided equally in Zhishavane. You probably find 50% Ndebele people and 50% of people who speak other Shona languages, although mainly it's Karanga. I say they're tempted because I'm not entirely convinced that those efforts to pursue conciliation have been done in earnest, or that they're reaping rewards and they're reaping fruits. But either way, the conversation has it's not been ignored. I also disagree with you that genocide leads to people committing rampant crime, or that we should say, well, people were dehumanized in the 1980s, and therefore it is why they are criminals today. Rwanda had a genocide 16 years after Zimbabwe's genocide, 14 years after Zimbabwe's genocide. Rwanda today is a very vibrant country whose economy is growing. Rwanda has caught up with South Africa, and by all metrics,
Rwanda went through the process. Rwanda went through the process. It wasn't an attempt.
I don't know how.
And also what I'm saying is that I'm not saying genocide is the dehumanization is the cause for criminality. What I'm saying is that if I have been a victim of genocide, then it is understandable that after that dehumanization, I will not think too highly of myself and my nationality, and I will not think that I'm an ambassador for South Africa. And therefore, when I go to a foreign country, I've got a propensity to do things that one wouldn't do if they had, the pride in their country and the feeling that they're an ambassador of their country.
I hear you, and I like I said, I disagree on account that to begin with, as I was saying, Rwanda is caught up and overtaken South Africa. Uganda had its own version of a genocide, especially under
Rwanda has not overtaken South Africa.
I don't know which metrics you're using, but like I said, by all
either
metrics,
way, the fastest growth rate in Africa from an economic perspective is from Botswana, not Rwanda. So yes, I know Rwanda's got a fast growth rate. Yes, they've got small cities, but they don't have a city. They don't even have a Sandton. You know what I mean? Like they don't have a city that makes as much money as Sandton. They don't even have a city that makes as much money as Durban.
So you know what happens, my brother? When we are talking about growth, one, we need to look at the GDP, and we need to look at the GDP per capita. Otherwise, we run the risk of bringing certain countries that, for example, Botswana, which can make a lot of money from diamonds, but essentially per capita, this is not the case. Rwanda has caught up, and as I said, and I'll stand by my prediction, will likely overtake South Africa. But allow me to finish, because when you were speaking, at least I was allowing you to to put your thoughts across. I was going to say, I don't know if Israelis flooded the US and the UK and committed crime, if we could say, the genocide in Germany by Hitler plays a part in them not feeling good about themselves. Therefore, this is why they, end up engaging in crime. And when we go back to Gukurahundi, and this is extremely critical to note, in 1987, because you mentioned that Rwanda did do something. In 1987, Zimbabwe signed a unity accord on the 22nd of December. Under that unity accord, there was a power sharing deal, and a lot of the issues regarding the conflict in that period were in some ways addressed. And that, I think that I believe is when
that was a
Robert
fake unity accord just to stop the killing of the people.
That was it. Joshua Nkoma signed that thing. So again, I get your point. What I'm saying is that I'm not
It's
saying genocide is the
it's going to
reason
be
for.
Guys,
difficult
please
if I'm unable to
let
speak and
Maynard finish.
complete. Because when other people speak, I do pay attention and I speak. I know this is a charged conversation, but if you're not allowing me to to say my thoughts, it might be difficult to have the conversation. And I'll go back. What Zimbabwe did to end the violence will always rank fairly highly, at least in the minds of people like us from Midlands who bear those scars. It was that unity accord that led to my father and several other members of ZIPRA being removed from prison. And as I said, there are Shona speaking victims of Ukurawundi. Midlands, places like Mbalabala, Lower Gweru, and so forth. All those places went through that. Why I'm taking you through this is the mass exodus of immigrants from Zimbabwe into South Africa. We actually see it at the height of Mugabe's power as president, which was in 2008, and not necessarily in 1982 or 1983. The connection between the newer crop of younger Zimbabweans today overtaking South
Okay,
Africa.
Maynard, I understand. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. But you cannot compare 1982 South
Nota.
Africa. Wait, Mr. Twe, wait. I understand. But
when you spoke,
wait,
I gave you a
Maynard,
chance to
wait. I
speak,
understand.
regardless
But
of
brother,
how.
we're talking.
Nota, just let him finish. You'll come in. We've got 3 speakers, and Maynard is taking off soon, please.
Thank you, Mr. T. Like, it's unfortunate because there's the persistent interruption, and I'm all for listening and exchanging ideas. And my brother can always note the points down and respond to each and every single one of those things. I don't disagree with him as a means of causing alarm or causing him to be distressed or offending him. I am narrating things as they are, as a person who lived that reality and lived in the country. There has been a tendency, because you mentioned as well that the people in Bulawayo, you find that they're Shona speakers who are taking up the top jobs. And I've always outright said that we cannot have clusters within our country where we say certain citizens are not welcome in these clusters and certain citizens cannot engage or participate or apply for jobs in this place because they come from this tribe. The problem with that approach is it's quickly countered by what I said earlier, that there are 13 other minority tribes, much smaller than the Beles. And the problem with that is once we start having a Zimbabwe where certain places are for Karanga people, certain places are for Shona people, it would not work. I think the equivalent of that would be saying that no South African who is not Zulu can take up jobs in KwaZulu-Natal, or if you're closer, you cannot work. You cannot work in Gauteng. You should work in the Eastern Cape. It draws lines in the sand and actually goes against what was being preached earlier, that oneness, healing, and so forth, because it means Zimbabweans are being divided into clusters. And as I said, I really have to reiterate, it can be difficult to understand because the predominant assumption is that we have Ndebele people and we have Shona people. And this is not the case. We have Sezurus, we have Karangas, we have Ndaus, we have Manyikas. Unfortunately, since 2018, the new government is now pursuing what you would perhaps call a Karanga hegemony. And I say that, by the way, as a Karanga person, understanding that the top government posts, the top president's advisors, there has been a lot of assimilation of Karanga people to fill the void of the Zulu people who were fired when Robert Mugabe was removed in a coup. and there is no balance. But this is something which we have seen on a rota. When towards the end of Robert Mugabe's reign, Mugabe didn't really have a control on things. There's a time when the country was ran effectively by Joyce Mjuru. Joyce Mjuru is a Kore. And during Joyce Mjuru's time, we then began to see another Kore hegemony coming, coming out. I'm not a genocide denialist, which is why I said to you, look, there's a National Peace and Reconciliation Commission. The government will swear to you that it's addressing the genocide itself. I always continuously call that an attempt, because unless the true victims are appeased, it will be difficult. And it's not just Ndebele people who want answers. I want answers for the jailing of my father, which is quite a compound effect on my mother's psychological well-being at the time. And there are many, many people who were murdered as well by legitimate dissidents. One of the sticking points with the National Peace and Reconciliation Commission is that other tribes around Matebele land have rejected it being one-sided, because they had villages that were raided, their own people who were killed, and they also want answers. I believe we can speak for hours on end about the genocide, but you mentioned that my article should have brought that out as a sticking point. I would be very curious, in fact, to get you to write an article, and the Daily Maverick is and would be very keen to publish it, where you can lay your ideas down and we can put them across. Why I say this is I do not agree and couldn't make the connection that Zimbabwe's troubled past, especially the distant past, from 1981, 82, 83, which was when Kukura was at its most brutal, could make a direct link into today. Kukura happened 10 years before I was born, and I'm 32. I bear some scars from the narrations of what my father said, and from the narrations of what our neighbors said, the things that I'm told were happening at the time. But again, the exodus of people happens in 2008. That is where we start to see the human tsunami, the huge wave of people fleeing Zimbabwe from brutal violence. And it was people fleeing from brutal violence all across the country. Because believe it or not, Robert Mugabe was not loyal to anybody other than himself and anybody who was committed to keeping him in power. So when violence was unleashed in 2008, and for which many people remain unaccounted for, it was directed towards everybody. You perhaps may not know, but I have a brother who was a journalist who was abducted and has never been heard from. And this is post 2008. And I'm talking about Tide Zaman. And he's not the only one. There are several other journalists who've disappeared from Zimbabwe. I myself went into exile after writing about ivory smuggling that involved Robert Mugabe's wife. The targets of Zimbabwe's military dictatorship past 1980 were Ndebele, Karanga, Shona speaking, or which anybody who didn't support ZANU-PF's desire to maintain its grip on power was a legitimate target that was taken out. But the challenge, as I said, with the genocide is it can often be misrepresented quite quickly. It can often become Ndebele people, versus Shona people when it wasn't. And there is a persistent, presumption that Shona people are at war with Ndebele people. And I always say to people, and as I said before, there is nothing like Shona people. They are people who speak dialects, that sound similar. Had South Africa been put under the same system, I believe people who speak Zulu and Xhosa, because they can sort of hear each other and understand each other, their similarities, would have been clustered as one people. And those who speak Sesotho, Setswana, and I think in Sepedi would have been one people. Those are the differences. When we talk about the differences between Karangas and Zezulus, we're talking about the differences between Tswana and Pedi. not the same people, not the same language, although it does sound, it does
No,
sound similar.
Tswana and Pedi are the same people.
Okay, they sound similar, fair and fine. In as much as we are speaking about Zimbabwe, Shona speaking dialects are all grouped into one. And there are several Shona tribes. These are not Shona people. And luckily for me, I grew up, as I said, I grew up in a rural town in Shawane, which is right at the border with Matabeleland. You drive 30 k's down the road, you are, I think you're close to Filabusi, 80 k's actually. You're in Filabusi, you're now really deep into Matabeleland. So I've grown up in a town where half the people are Karanga and speak a Shona dialect, and half the people are Shona, right? Half the people are Ndebele, I mean. And for the most part, these tribal tensions do not exist day per day. I think we tend to see each other, especially south of Midlands, as similarly as victims of what transpired. But because I'm not Ndebele myself, it can be difficult to understand the depth of the anger, because it's internalized and people believe that they were targeted based on that. Robert Mugabe proved time and time again that he didn't target people based on tribe. He targeted people that he believed would threaten his grip on power. I listened to the speech, that you mentioned when President Mnangagwa said Ndebele criminals, which echoes what I believe Robert Mugabe said in 2014, 2013. If you Google Robert Mugabe Kalanga criminals, it said pretty much the same thing. I listened to it and found it extremely unfortunate because, again, it's stereotypical and it attacks a group of people. It would be poignant, to pick each and every incident of Zimbabwe's troubled past to say, well, Zimbabweans have gone through A, B, C, D, E, F, G. But as I said to you, several other countries have gone through conflict. Conflict in our country as Zimbabweans cannot be an excuse or cannot be the defense when we cross over into South Africa and we commit crimes and we make a nuisance out of ourselves, in not just South Africa, but in pretty much a number of other different countries. I've said before that a number of things, can be true at the same time. It is true that Zimbabwe is an unequal society. It is true that there was a genocide in Zimbabwe. It is true that the efforts at pursuing healing have not been successful. It is true that a lot of Zimbabweans are not proud, to be Zimbabwean or of being Zimbabwean. It is true that there is a lot of rose tainting, a lot of window dressing, where you've had Ndebele people being parachuted into top positions in government, but largely on a ceremonial scale, where it's pretty much lipstick on a pig. It's just there for the optics. They're there, but without real power. But it wouldn't be true to say that is the reason why Zimbabweans commit crime in South Africa, or that they are, they're dehumanized. And I hope sincerely that as time goes on, we are able to have a culture of accountability, going back, to the time when the genocide started, and going back to the loss of life after the liberation war itself, be it the actions of the dissidents, legitimate or otherwise, the actions of the 5th Brigade, who, by the way, I did have an opportunity to develop a relationship with Perence Shiri, the late Perence Shiri, the former Minister of Agriculture, who had been the commander in charge of the of the 5th Brigade, and I'm writing a book about that, though it's still a little bit far off, and I hope that someday all of these things can come to fruition. There's a journalist from Zimbabwe called Zenzele Moyo, and you should follow him. He's done a documentary about Kukura Wundi, and he's a lot more knowledgeable about where to find victims, where to find mass graves, and hopefully some of these things can be answered. However, I wasn't writing an article about the genocide. I was writing an article about how Zimbabweans should reflect on their behavior. And I don't agree that in writing that article, I should have used this as an excuse. I've equally had people who've said what you said, though not directly. I've had people who said, no, look, in your article, why didn't you write that ZANU-PF is brutal? In your article, why didn't you write that Zimbabwe's economy is bad? In your article, why didn't you write that people are still being killed for their political views? A man was speared in Kwekwe just a few weeks ago. Political opponents still get abducted. Political opponents are still imprisoned. People are still dying. And my response to them is the same response I'll offer to you, that I wrote asking Zimbabweans to reflect about what they are doing. There are things that are not in the control of South Africans. South Africans interact with us Zimbabweans based on what they see and what we are providing to them. I cannot at the same time say, look, let's reflect on the mistakes we make, but let us tell South Africans that, by the way, we are broken and damaged. Therefore, this is why we commit crime. We're just offering another excuse, another avenue out of being accountable as Zimbabweans to say, look, we have to account for our actions. We know criminals, we know people who are doing A, B, C, D, and rest assured we do. We know where to get permits, we know how to jump the border, we know how to get passports stamped out, and we know the people who rob, we know the people who are selling alcohol in lockdown. All of these things, because the communities are inherently communities even after they leave. We know, the syndicates that help you get jobs in restaurants if you don't have permits. All of that cannot be, summarily linked to say this is linked to the genocide, and therefore, no matter how broken we are, like I said, no matter how broken we are, no matter how bad things were in Zimbabwe or are in Zimbabwe, there is no excuse for us to commit some of the most barbaric crimes as guests. And when we are asked to account for them, we get upset and get angry and say, well, there was a genocide in Zimbabwe. The genocide is an extremely unfortunate part of our history in Zimbabwe. So it's the killing of anybody, especially at the hands of the state. When you have a rogue state, a pariah state that murders its citizens, it's very unfortunate. But we ought to behave better when we go to South Africa. I believe that's a lot of what a lot of people are just asking. That, look, it doesn't matter by number or by proportion, but when you come to our country, please don't commit crime. Please be guests. That's all.
Thanks, Maynard, my brother. Thank you so much. I know you're
Thanks,
about to
guys.
leave,
Thanks,
but
Maynard.
let's see if we can sneak
Th-
in
Thank you.
one
Thank
person
you,
here.
Maynard. Thank you. Thank you, Maynard. Before Maynard goes, I wrote
Lotta,
down notes.
Lotta,
I,
Lotta, no, Nota. We have to give others a chance, my brother. Let's just bring in Saboi,
Mr.
and
Twigo,
then others if we can bring them in.
Mis-
Nota,
Mr. Twigo,
Wafaya,
I
my friend.
wrote down a small note, and this I just want to respond to what he said, because to say one thing and not give a person a chance to respond is very unfair, because
No,
he
Nota,
responded.
I gave you a lot of time, my brother. Please,
He
yeah.
responded. He responded to me, and to change what I've
No,
said is unfair,
Saboi,
because
come through.
we're on a public space,
Nota,
right? And
Nota,
then you're
Nota.
distorting what someone is saying. But Maynard, we'll continue this conversation on offline. Thank you very much for your
Thanks,
submissions, man.
thanks, Nota.
Thank you, Mr.
Saboi,
Tui, for the time.
Saboi, come through.
Hi.
Saboi, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can
Hi.
you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All
Welcome.
right, thank you. It's been a very interesting topic, but one thing I do also want to touch on, because other people have also mentioned other things that I wanted to mention, is it's very funny how Zimbabweans in general that I've picked up is that a very they are very meticulous in how to band themselves together. So from the ones that I have come across, they would either know how to when they arrive in an area, know who to go to in terms of them maybe sending a parcel home, or like my Maynard has mentioned, that they know where to get the what you call it, the permits and all those things. But I just don't understand why they cannot take the same mentality back home and implement it and try and see if there can be some sort of change in their own countries. Also, I'm gonna say one thing about a solution that we can put across is maybe Home Affairs should stop altogether. Home Affairs should stop with giving anyone permits in general in South Africa and deal with the amount of illegal immigrants or legal immigrants that we have in the country who are already too many. There are just too many already in the country. No country can survive with the level of strain that South Africa is going through. The whole of Africa cannot like literally come to South Africa and expect South Africa, already struggling as it is, to be able to maintain the whole of Africa on its back. And I'm including everyone now, not just Zimbabweans. Another point I wanted to say is there was a lady who spoke earlier about how when you are working in the suburbs or whatever, the ladies, they prefer the Zimbabweans to be the ladies who are going to be working for them, whatever the case might be. Before or recently, I think maybe 7 years ago, 8 years ago, before then, Zimbabweans would come into the country, learn how to speak Zulu, and try to pass off as South Africans. And then as the years went on, I don't know whether it became fashionable for the South African madams to say they prefer the Zimbabweans because the Zimbabweans were more hardworking, whatever the case might be. And then they reverted back to taking on their own identity, meaning it means they will do anything basically to fit into a society. So it makes you wonder per se about this whole narrative of saying no, we don't like them. No, when they first arrived into South Africa, the first thing they would do is that they would learn the language and speak Zulu and speak Xhosa and speak Sesotho as if they were literally South Africans, so that even if you were to pass them on the street, you would not be able to make out that our fellow brothers and sisters are not actually from South Africa, meaning this hatred that they have towards us, it's really unfounded, because if you come into a country and try to behave and act like one of the citizens, what does it say? It means you want to be like us, but you're trying to put it across as if like, oh, South Africans are lazy and whatnot. I'll leave it at that. I think we've had enough input from other people that have gotten a chance to speak that has covered the conversation for now. Thank you.
Thanks so much, my sister. Maynard, did you want to come in? I know you're just about to leave, my brother.
Yeah. I'm just about to start work. Not on this submission. I'm afraid I don't think I've got much to add to it. It would be curious, I suppose, if she ever got a chance to speak. How she believes that saying all immigration should come to a halt. How that would benefit South Africa. But I think I'll try and listen because obviously I'm setting off for work. If I can chip in, I'll try and chip in. But the moment I then start the work conference, then I'll step out. But I'll continue listening.
Awesome. Thank you so much, my brother. Really appreciate you coming through, Maynard. And I think we're going to have to do a part two of this. Engagement. People are very interested, and I think we need to keep going with conversation. As I always say, it is through conversation that we can address some of our pressing issues. So thank you so much, my brother. Let's hear from Tembinkosi. Tembinkosi, good morning.
Morning, Mr. Thank you so much for allowing me to have a contribution. I think let me just commend Maynard on his first admission. Submission that he made, and also giving us a background of what he was writing about. I honestly I've never had a chance to read through the article that he wrote. But I think I was able to catch the glimpse of what it was spoken about, because I think it was a very much controversial piece of what you call an opinion. Now my issue is, Mr. Twew, personally, I do not have any problem with any foreigner. Could be a Zimbabwean, Zambian, Congolese, or whatever the case may be. And I hear their cry that they want us to accommodate them in our so-called well-oiled economy. I don't know where do people get this thing from, because at this point we're sitting at 42% unemployment rates, and which the chunk of it is youth with degrees. Like myself, I have 2 degrees. I'm unemployed. I'm just trying to make my way out of poverty, trying to keep my family fed and my kids educated. But in actual fact, I'm unemployed with 2 degrees, right? And then we have, because we come from a South Africa that used to value matric. We come from that era. Matriculants would be able to have jobs in the manufacturing industries, your logistic industries. But at this point, they are unemployed. So that means the 42% that we are given as an unemployment rate, it could be around possibly more than 50%. Now, coming people from Zimbabwe, coming people from Zambia and all other countries saying, we here so that we can enjoy the economic benefits of South Africa. We want opportunities, we want to study, we want to work and all those things. And now, do they sit back and reflect that at this point in time, they just have to ensure that they maintain harmony, as Maynard is I think Maynard is being trying to convey a message of living in harmony, which we all commend, right? Now, at this point, do immigrants sit down and think that, look, South Africans are really having it hard? The unemployment rate is skyrocketing, and besides everything, we are still, I think one of the speakers, I think Azania did say, we are actually in the midst of this whole chaos. We are also fighting through the apartheid systems that never left our country, in terms of system controls in government, in private sector, and all those things. As South Africans, we have too many fights to battle on. So now comes a point now that we say to our fellow migrant brothers and sisters, the South African states is under, maybe that would be my only opinion, but what I'm feeling is South Africa is under a severe economic attack. Talking about the stripping of our infrastructure, talking about tampering with our population role through buying of papers like IDs and all those things. Once people come from other countries do that, it simply means they are just here to attack the economy of the country, and they want to drag it down. And once it's down, then they would leave, because South Africans have no other place to go. They will live back to their country, and then we will have to sit down and pick up pieces, which we don't even know we would be able to, because as things stand, Zimbabwe has been struggling for over 30 years now to get their pieces together. Now, my concern is these people come here and say we want to enjoy the benefits of the economy of South Africa, but when we say, here is a problem, we have people who are participating in criminal activities. Forget about South Africans. We are talking about the people that we are hosting as a country. We have a disease here. People are tampering with the population role. People are stealing our electric cables and all those things. And when we get these reports, it's mostly immigrants. Even if it's a 3% of them, but we are saying, here are your people are doing this thing. Why is it difficult then to come and stand next to us and say, look, let's shout on the other side, because we really here to enjoy the benefits of this country, and we don't want to see it being destroyed. Why then do they stand on the opposite side and say, no, but you South Africans, you South Africans, you South Africans? We are saying, we've been saying this for the past 2 years since this thing, before Tutula even came into, to be known. we've been saying, in any case, when we are complaining about criminality that is committed by the foreign people, can those who are not part of those criminal activities come and stand with South Africans and say, look, we are here in this South Africa for the common good, and we don't want to see people destroying South Africa, that we want to make our life good in it, and we want to contribute for the good of the country, and everything nice that comes with it. Now, and then I just don't wanna I don't wanna be all over the place. I just want to basically submit all this and say to Maynard, the last submissions, when you're trying to defend the Shona people, I'll tell you one thing. We have in South Africa, from my personal experience, we have a majority of Ndebele people who escaped in Zimbabwe. I may not know what the reason may be, right? But I'm saying in all these commotions that now are taking places, I mean, in different places, we see in the front line, we see Shona people being the ones provoking topics, provoking South Africans. I'll tell you, I think there's two guys that are popular in doing this. One is a lawyer. I think, I don't pay attention in people's name, but one is a lawyer and one is also a member of ZANU-PF, who always talk ill about South Africans, so much so that he even spoke about the food that we produce in South Africa and said the SADC must now stop buying South African food because we have a high GMO. This person is staying in Senti, right? We have an agricultural sector that must actually make means for the South African economy to grow. And also, besides that, we must feed our neighboring countries. But then we have people who speak against our produce and say, no, don't buy these things from South Africa. Don't buy electricity from South Africa. Don't buy fuel from South Africa. Look for alternative countries to buy from. That's an economic attack. Then what do we then say about this whole thing, Maynard? Because now it looks like your fellow countrymen and women don't want to speak peace with South Africans. All they want to do is to be defensive. And what we are saying is people must stop being criminals. People must be documented. And I think Aaron Motoren said documentation is not an issue, and people can be documented and still continue committing crime. Then what we are saying on top of that is that, look, we appreciate people like Flip, I forgot his name, but the guy who is manufacturing a Morenza car here in Isando, just 1 kilometer from where I am. What he did, that young man, is he figured that he cannot be in a country and have access to the resources of the country and not include South Africans in the progress of his project. He then signed up a deal with 2 South African engineers. They worked on their projects together. Then when we say we want Zimbabweans, we want Zambians with critical skills to come and help, because these 2 countries, I'm counting on these 2 countries because I've seen their education system. They took time to let go of vocational education or technical education, so to speak. So they are very much in a very much good advantage when it comes to being an artisan and all those things, as opposed to South Africans. Because when South Africa was taken over by the ANC, they actually decided to scrap off the vocational education, which is very, very unfortunate. But now I'm saying we want to partner with these people, have a critical skill. Because now if you say you want to come and stay in South Africa so that you can work at SPA, and then what is a matriculant is going to do? Because those are matriculants jobs and they are reserved for South Africans. Right? Because not everyone wants to have a degree. Obviously, not everyone even qualifies to have a degree or a diploma or just a mere certificate in anything. So with those people, abanometric then will have to cover these kind of jobs where you have to be in a call center. If you're well spoken, you have to be in a retail shop. If if you don't have anything further to do, but then now we say people must come here and take all these kind of jobs, and then they are therefore participating in our economy. I mean, that's really unfair if this is the approach we want to engage on. People must be documented. Those who do not have a critical skill for now, go back home, figure yourself at home. We will, because what we have to do in South Africa, we have to make sure that the ground is fertile for everyone to come and plow and eat. At this point, the ground is dry, very dry, dry even for ourselves. We can't do anything, right? Fix yourselves. People must not fight back when we say people must be deported. We are not saying we are banning Zimbabweans or whatever any person may be coming from forever in South Africa. We said, no, give us a space. We want to restructure the country. We want to make sure that everything works. So I'm so sorry about my daughter. She's talking over the phone. We restructure everything. And then for everyone, when you come to South Africa, then you know that you've got a place where you're going to play a role in. As things stands, you go to Alex, you go to Dipsloot, you go to Katlaong, you go to any other town that has a majority of informal settlements around, you find mostly like immigrants. They don't have jobs, and they giving birth. They have to be accommodated by our hospitals, which is it's not a bad thing. But now the issue is people don't contribute in our health system, right? By principle, people are supposed to be per visit. People are supposed to be paying at least the minimum of 20 rand to get services from a health system. Could be a clinic, could be a hospital, so that the hospital can be able to have budgets to buy all these small things that they always short of. But now, the budget has to be taken from treasury, and it doesn't even get to the hospitals for some weird reasons. So, these are the issues that we are having as South Africans. We cannot accommodate people who do not contribute anything. Unfortunately, the unfortunate part is that even the government of the ANC is not interested in building Zimbabwean government, or I'm sorry, I'm going to be using Zimbabwe because that's the topic. But our government is not even able to build a Zimbabwean government as per the number of people who have given birth, or per number of people who have attended hospital, either for emergencies or for checkup and all those things. So it really doesn't work for us. So people must hit the core. Let those who do not have critical skills, those who cannot offer anything to South Africa, please go figure out yourself, and then we come back, we sort everything out when we all in a good place. Thank you so much, Mr. T.
Thanks, Temingozi. Thanks, my brother. Mabuma, are you still with us?
Oh, yes, yes, Mr. T. No, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Please cut me off if I take too long. I shouldn't take more than 5 minutes, because I know that there's quite a number of people who want to contribute. So I'll try to be as short as possible. Mr. T, very interesting discussion here. I think it keeps coming. But then now, Mr. T, I don't know if maybe I could just simply provoke the mind of the speakers, the previous speakers, and those who are about to speak, to see if we can separate these two issues. Because now we speak about them interchangeably. There is a project, or there is an initiative to unite Africa. That is a separate issue. And there are domestic issues that the previous Temukos was talking about. the domestic issues, including the issues of crime, more especially that some have identified that are committed by the foreign nationals. Our infrastructure is under attack. That's what you said. Yes, indeed. Those are the things that we agree with. But for me, I don't know if maybe, there is a way even on our spaces can also maybe conduct some surveys and all that, because I can assure you now that maybe, some of the people that are on the operational Tudula, or some of the people who are not part of the operational Tudula, but are concerned about the kind of crimes that are committed in our country. Those people does not mean necessarily that they oppose the One Africa movement. So even they put South Africa first. If you dwell and listen to them, all of this, it emanates from the issues that South Africans are facing. The fact that maybe you can't get a job because now employers are preferring foreign nationals, or maybe issues that maybe we see drugs being sold by our African brothers, kidnappings, the sabotage of our infrastructure, the hijackings, and the Toyota brand that you'll see crossing to Mozambique. So those are the issues that people are concerned about, but these are the things that they're in pain with. So it doesn't mean that now, because they are feeling the way they feel, or we are feeling the way we are feeling, because all of us agree about these things. The problem is when now you see maybe political parties align themselves now with these operations, because once you do that, then now politicians will always be politicians. Or politicians will always say, okay, because now I've occupied this space, now I'm, like ANC, Action SA, Patriotic Alliance and Action SA most especially, they will now begin to say now EFF, because you don't want us to deal with this issue the way we do, then it means you agree with that there must be drugs, there must be our people being kidnapped, there must be, we don't. It doesn't mean that if one disagree with maybe an approach or the way things are done, then it means that you're against maybe one the project of One Africa. So those are the things that we need to zoom into, because now, as you can see, as you've maybe read, Mr. T, an article where now from the leaked emails in America, where the Hillary Clinton, it's found that when they went about going after Gaddafi, it was because now they actually, the actual reason was because now he wanted to change the issues of currency. And they also knew that he's got a lot of gold. And we also heard some reports that the gold was stolen. So it is this Article 5 that we are seeing that can isolate everyone and can they can attack almost every country, this divided country in our continent, just because you've taken a stance, one stance or in one way or the other. So these are the issues that we are saying, because I can assure you now, the Operation Tudula does not oppose the African trade agreement that Africa has. We are all frustrated by African Union. This is as a result of maybe the leaders that we've put forward, to go and lead us in spaces like African Union, in Pan-African Parliament, to say, do something about this continent. And they're doing nothing. They're too slow. You don't understand what is going on. So if everything is done and then everyone, all the things that we agree about, we put them together and say, this we agree. I can tell you now, if we go to, let's say, Mozambique and say, we've got an issue with your people committing crime, or maybe we've got an issue, we are unable to accommodate your people in our hospitals and all that, or even Zimbabwe, if we say that, how can we solve this problem? Because we kind of assume that maybe these other countries agrees that we have to be victims of crimes by their nationals. So there are many things that we agree with and disagree with, and it's very easy to formulate a way of how you deal with them, in the continent, even in the SADC region. so that we are able to, to isolate those whose intention is to violate an African child. So we should be able to do that. We are waiting. You see, the landless is always educating us with Marxism. I mean, part of what Marxism is talking about is the issue, the dictatorship of the proletariat. I think that will be a turning point in Africa, or most especially in South Africa, where now we find ourselves now rewriting all the rules and the laws and the constitutions to align with the issues that affect our people, so that the capitalism is actually eliminated or maybe reduced, because the footprint of the capitalism is the one that makes sure, that makes a point that Africa becomes where it is now. Because Angola, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, we've got strong things that we can show off. But you look at them, you Google how is the land, what the proportionality of land between the citizens and the whites and the colonizers. You see the margins are bad. You find them occupying 75% like in Africa, in South Africa, and then 80% in Namibia, and big numbers is still under the colonizers. And as a result, people are unable to do anything. What do you think will happen? I mean, what will be the end result if we're all confined in a space where we cannot do anything? So somehow we need to find a way to separate these issues and say, let Africa do the best it can, to help us with the decolonizing project. And let us find ways, because we've got laws in South Africa to deal with these crimes. And where citizens, and the Tutula movement is telling the truth when it says the citizen can do citizen arrest, and the citizen, when they are concerned about crimes that they are seeing in their areas, they can do that. Even the police, they've got this system that they call the CPF, where citizens are now liaising with the police in order to fight crimes. So those are the issues that are not issues of xenophobia. These are issues where these are the tools available for all the communities to deal with the issues that affect us. So I'm sorry if I've taken a long time, Mr. T,
No,
but
okay.
let's try to find a way to separate these issues, because one currency is going to help us, one army is going to help us as a continent, and one bank will also going to help us, because we're tired of borrowing for almost everything. We owing so much that we can't do anything for ourselves, and then we get to see these laws being detected to us by IMF and other banks and all that. So let's try to find a way of changing the dynamics. Time is not on our side, but let's do what we can so that we don't fail as a generation in our lifetime.
Thanks, my brother. Thank you so much for your submission. Much appreciated. Nti.
Hi, Mr. Tohu. Thanks for this space. Thanks for opening up this space. I would like to begin my submission by thanking Maynard for actually writing an article that was informative, balanced, as well as factual. I think we need, more of that content that can be shared, so that people are aware of exactly what is happening, and they make informed opinions, right? So the influx of Zimbabweans into South Africa is a crisis that actually affects South Africans directly or indirectly. Zimbabweans who enter South Africa illegally commit violent crimes, and this is because they know that they are not traceable. And we know this; it's very, very well documented. And when it comes to the issues that then affect the ordinary South Africans, a Zimbabwean will enter, the country, apply for a job, devalue the job market by accepting lower wages from an employer. The same wages are then paid into, let's say, an e-wallet. Therefore, SARS cannot collect revenue. And if SARS can't collect revenue, then it means that the government has less to work with in terms of providing public services, while we have a bloated population. And when I say a bloated population, I mean local South Africans, as well as foreign nationals that we'd have to then service. We've had instances where nurses from Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital have had to buy their patients corn on the cob because Africa's largest hospital did not have food. The Gauteng Department of Health had to retrench 800 doctors and nurses, and this is partly owing to the fact that the Department of Health does not have, enough funds. We've got a health system that is already overwhelmed or that is severely under pressure. We can't then be expected to then service, foreign nationals under those conditions. South Africa has experienced a VAT increase in 2018. And again, this is partly, owing to the fact that SARS cannot collect revenue as it should. We know very well that Zimbabweans coming to South Africa to commit, or rather undocumented Zimbabweans coming to South Africa to commit violent crimes, and they would not commit these crimes back home because they know that they would suffer the consequences. Maynard may, correct me in saying that Chikurubi prison in Zimbabwe is not exactly a holiday home that, that we would find in our South African correctional services. You can go to YouTube. Everyone who's in this space has data. You can go to YouTube and search Chikurubi prison, and you'll see how bad it is in Zimbabwe. The other thing is that Zimbabweans, I find, struggle with accountability as they expect the ANC and South Africans to solve their problems. I think, quite honestly, as Zimbabweans, you owe it to yourselves, as well as your grandchildren, to fight your oppressive government. South Africa has, carried Zimbabwe over the last 2 decades, and this must come to an end. I would think that if you're a Zimbabwean residing in South Africa for the last 20 years, you would have used those, that privilege or that freedom to organize as well as to fight an oppressive government. Still, that didn't happen. In 2017, when Mugabe was ousted, media houses in South Africa knew to visit Berea as well as Hillbrow because they knew that Zimbabweans, have taken over those areas essentially. How is it that an entire area is occupied by foreigners and that it has become an area that South Africans cannot even, it's not habitable? How is it that an entire area is occupied by foreigners and it has become, that locals cannot even occupy that area? When if you drive around Berea and Hillbrow, you will find that the area is dirty. There are dilapidated buildings everywhere. I think that in 2017, Zimbabweans had a perfect opportunity to turn the situation around while they had the world's attention, but they chose not to participate in their own liberation. 5 years later, we are here in this space and we're discussing the problems that Zimbabweans could have participated in alleviating these problems. Instead, South Africans are blamed daily, as well as the ANC is, being blamed for such issues. I shared an article on News 24 under this hashtag Mr. Tulu Spaces, where a Zimbabwean raped 7 women in Limpopo in 2021. I think as a human being, not just as a Zimbabwean national, as a human being, you cannot defend that and say that it was a crime that was necessitated by poverty and hunger. It was a sexual crime. So how do you come into a country? You come and rape the women and children in that country. For what good reason? Why? Why would you do that? At some point, and that point is very near, Zimbabweans need to go home and rebuild their country. You cannot come into a country, you cannot visit a country, behave like a scoundrel, and then expect to be treated with kid gloves. That needs to stop. I think it's about time Zimbabweans have honest conversations about themselves, and about the manner in which they carry on in South Africa or how they behave in foreign lands. It's truly unacceptable. You cannot really, you can't enter a country to come and insult your host or gaslight your host. we would often, hear or rather be told by Zimbabweans that South Africans are lazy. I mean, if you go to Noord taxi rank or Bree taxi rank at 4 o'clock in the morning, you will find spiraling queues in the taxi rank, and this is people who are, who are out and about, getting to their places of work. How do you call someone who gets to a taxi rank at 4 o'clock lazy? Impossible. You cannot. You just can't. There was a speaker about 20 minutes ago who said that he had 2 degrees. He's still trying to get himself and his family out of poverty. And goes back to, rather this goes back to the unemployment issue that South Africa is already facing an unemployment crisis. We are then expected to absorb an additional an additional population or an external population into the same job market, and we've got South Africans who then have two degrees, like the gentleman who just spoke, who then cannot participate in the economy or who cannot be gainfully employed, even though they've acquired qualifications and done their part. Those people cannot participate in the economy because, again, those jobs are taken up by foreign nationals who do not deserve to be in those posts. If you pay attention to Zim politics, Botswana politics, and so on and so forth, you would know that Botswana places its citizens first, and they do so unashamedly. Zimbabweans also do that, and certain sectors of the Zimbabwean economy are reserved for Zimbabweans. But when South Africans do that, Zimbabweans then want to claim that South Africans are xenophobic, which is completely wrong. So I would really like to urge, Zimbabweans to take accountability for the mess that they have created in their country, or that they continue to enable in their country, and to actually do something about it. To sit in spaces or to live in foreign lands and refuse to vote in your country of origin is not going to solve anything. Governments were not toppled or ousted virtually. You actually need to be in your home country, fight your oppressive government, and by so doing, it doesn't mean that there won't be any bloodshed or lives lost. Such will happen. The same happened here in South Africa when we fought for we fought against apartheid. So people really need to take it upon themselves to fight their government and to speak up and secure their own futures. That's my contribution to this conversation. Thank you.
Thanks, Auntie. Thank you for your submission. Nkosi, are you there?
Yes,
Nkosi,
I'm here, my brother.
how are you, Lord?
Commander Morning, I wish to greet you like that. Greetings to your leadership. It's a great pleasure to be with you guys. I just got a piece of paper here so that I won't go around. These spaces, Mr. Seo, please don't stop running it. They are very important. It's an interlink because that's where we can share our views and ideas. Actually, they are giving us a direction, my leader, as to, because we are the leaders ourselves. It's not necessarily the president. We, as the citizens, as the custodians of this country, we play a bigger role into such conversation to give directions. Where can we go? All right, I'll start by thanking my brother Maynard. You speak truth to power, my man. I really appreciate it, like giving such views, more especially because you are not a South African. Humbling yourself, calling upon all your brothers that if you are a visitor, behave like one. You cannot come to someone's house and dictate or disrespect, but rather be calm and get the ways to communicate. All right. Africa, there's this, I don't know what's the name, Africa diaspora, something like that, Mr. Tsew. I really wish that those guys can also do what Maynard is doing, just to call their comrades into order. When I say their comrade, I mean our respective visitors. So, because I always listen when they talk, this Africa diaspora, they always say, no, no, it's like their people are being attacked. I never see or note anything where they say they are participating in making sure that these guys who visited us here in South Africa, legally or illegally, they must not commit crime. So unemployment rate is too high, as we can see the stats. So what does that mean? It's driving our brothers and sisters who got qualification, degrees, and diploma to grab any kind of job that is available. I'm talking about only South African. So can you imagine? On top of that load, here comes another guest. Then it makes the opportunity very slim and thin. And I think that what caused the chaos on the long run, because when you are hungry at home, then you find that you've got a visitor, you were sharing that small pap, and then it just disappeared, and then that is causing a chaos. So I myself, Mr. Teo, I don't have a problem with all foreigners, whether or which country are we coming from. But please, when you come to South Africa, respect us, guys. When you come here, whether you are visiting or you are coming for whatever reason, please respect us. And sometimes it becomes another narrative when a guy from another country you'll find him speaking like, yeah, South Africa is it's useless, and soon, South Africa will be suffering like other countries. I won't mention the names, but you find that this guy is speaking like this. He's staying here in South Africa. He's surviving. He's eating. I don't know whether he said this country must suffer like the country which he comes from. I don't think that is a good speech to deliver. So when you come to another country, you must play part in that country to survive, so that you will end up benefiting on it. So yeah, as a visitor, you must respect, of course. This issue of one Africa, Mr. Chiu, I don't reject it, man. That okay, fine. There must be one Africa, okay. But right at the present moment, you cannot say at South Africa there must be a borderless country.
Gosi, I think he's got a network issue. He might still be speaking. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. What a topic. What a topic. Gosi, are you there, my brother? Goodwill, why don't you come in the meantime? You've been holding your hand up for a while.
Thanks, Mr. T. My arms are sore now. Yes, actually, I wanted to respond to the two Zimbabwean gentlemen. One was from Australia. The other one was from England. One was saying, was questioning the solidarity of South Africa, and was posed a question if we are willing to have solidarity. And I wanted to quickly respond to and say, that question is puzzling, because we have already shown solidarity towards Zimbabweans. I think we have even extended that solidarity towards Zimbabweans based on what we've seen last week, where the British government is going to give 2 billion rands to Rwanda just to host the immigration. Whilst in South Africa, there's never been a neighboring country or SADC that has shown the solidarity that the two gentlemen are requesting from South Africans. And I thought that was not, I don't know what was the right word, but it looks a bit, it looks like, someone who's just used to taking, and they've lost the ability to give. That's what it looked for me. And then another thing, that in itself is part of a solution. Such a rhetoric whereby you fail to acknowledge, like Tembinkosi, what he's saying, but instead of acknowledging that, you want more solidarity from Tembinkosi, but you are not showing it to solid. You are not even listening to what Tembinkosi is saying. All you want is just to take. Yeah, to me, it seems like, when people are just used to, it's like people who take use of people who are kind. They just withdraw until a person who's kind runs dry without depositing anything to that person. And then Futi, one of the gentlemen said, was busy. I don't want to say busy, but he was blaming the crisis, rightfully so, on ZANU, but attaching it to the ANC. And I thought to myself, we are diluting your fight against the ZANU PF. Because if ZANU PF uses that, they'll use that as a political point against you and say we are in this crisis because of the ANC. And some of the people, Mr. T, they use such a language to swear at South Africans and say, you know what, I'm going to swear to you because I'm in this situation because of the ANC. But they're in this situation. Zimbabwe is in crisis because of ZANU PF, no other person. It's like they are shooting themselves on the foot. And at the end of the day, we as a public, we end up catching strays because now these people become vindicated, emboldened now to attack South Africans on social media under the guise that they are in this situation because of the ANC. And remember, if they say they are in this situation because of the ANC, they are also saying they are in this situation because of you, South Africans. So as one of the solutions, I don't know the solution, the micro solution, but as one of the solution, people, yes, I understand Zimbabweans, especially those ones who are overseas, they have interest and they have bias. They know very well the situation is so bad that hundreds of Zimbabweans, they are still coming in South Africa despite seeing their own being killed and brutalized in South Africa. That tells you that situation there is very, very bad. But one of the solutions, especially from people and Zimbabweans in this space, is just to mind what they are saying and ask themselves, is what I am saying making things worse or making things better? Because South Africa, I'm telling you, we have shown solidarity. I don't know, we have even extended, just the example of last week. You can see Maynard was vindicated with this article. The British government is going to give 2 billion rands to Rwanda so that Rwanda can take migrants from their shores to Rwanda. And who has given South Africa any incentives for immigrants or illegal immigrants in South Africa? And of course, yes, I've shown solidarity with a Zimbabwean friend. He tells me that the situation in Goodwill is even worse. They no longer trade with dollars there. Now they trade like, before money invented, they trade like that, Zimbabweans, because your Zimbabweans are very clever, but they trade like that now. If I have bread and you have milk, and I want milk, I have to give you bread and then you give me milk. That's how bad the situation there. And I've shown solidarity to a Zimbabwean friend, but it doesn't mean that then if I've shown solidarity, then I must project that to everyone in this group, because some of the people here, they've been violently affected by Zimbabwean immigrants. And I need to listen to them before I project my solidarity and hear their pain and empathize with them and sympathize with them. And it's said, Mr. T, that it took Maynard, someone from there in England, to write an article that just shows the other side. It's not even extreme. The article of Maynard is not extreme. It's just showing and speaking the other side. And people for so many years, they've been speaking about the other side. And no South African media, or maybe they have been, I haven't seen, but few have spoken about the other side. Very, very few. Yes, maybe they're scared of being labeled xenophobes or etc. But as a journalist, you are there to give a balanced view, and the narrative from the media has been just one-sided, Mr. T. So I just wanted to speak about that. Those two gentlemen who are talking about questioning solidarity and wanting more, even though we have shown more. And also your question of what's a solution. That in itself is a solution. The people's rhetoric, you cannot dilute and blame South Africans, because now the bad Zimbabweans that are here, because not all Zimbabweans are bad, the few that are bad, then they use that language to attack South Africans, because now you are saying, you are giving them the ammunition to say, you know what, I'm going to do bad to you because you are the reason of why I'm struggling here, because the ANC is attached to people of South Africa. That's my take, Mr. T, and thanks for your space. I will drop down.
Thanks, my brother. Thank you so much for that. Much appreciated. We're winding down. So, yeah. Oh, I don't see Jack Ma. So we'll go to Dallas. Dallas, welcome.
Morning, everyone. Dumela, Mr. T. Le baretsi ba go. I'm audible, eh?
Yeah, what's up, Dallas?
Okay. First, quick point. That timekeeper, that cute little timekeeper you had there when that other guy when he was disturbing her dad. Please rope her in. She's national treasure. She's a very meticulous timekeeper. Okay, let me get on with it then. South Africans are frustrated. The media is not on our side. Our president is not on our side. The other politicians, like everyone is gaslighting us, ignoring us, and blue ticking us. When you complain about this, they blame it on xenophobia. When you complain about the other thing, they blame it on xenophobia. When bad things are happening to you, they are ignored. Just now over the weekend, people were shot at. I think one died, 4 were in hospital, and the other one is badly injured. And then when the media reports on that, the few scattered reports that we have, they say residents were fighting with Jujula, which is not a reflection. Residents went to Kliptown in pursuit of people who stole cables and all that, like they usually do. But now, people who shot at them were illegals and they were foreigners in that part of that. I think they call it chicken farm. But now the media says residents fought with Jujula, as if Jujula was some vigilante group that is angry and was fighting with the legitimate residents of a place, which is a wrong impression. And then we don't see an outcry in the media about the person who was killed. There's a video of a lady I think she was shot on her shoulder. Media is not, there's no outcry. It's the same outcry similar to the one of the Nyati fellow in Diepsloot. So that in itself, it gives you the impression that South African lives don't matter that much. And that is what frustrates people. That is what frustrates South Africans. You see? And then Every time they talk of Dudula and put South Africa first, they talk of people as if like it's people who go out and attack people and like the 2008 xenophobia attacks. Dudula doesn't do that. They go with police and with immigration officials to go and point out, here's a house, this is what. They don't go out and ban and carrying knives and like we see EFF people that time when they went to support that guy who wanted to report Ntantalax. They had golf golf sticks, they have bats, baseball bats, they had all sort of ammunitions to attack people. Dudula people don't carry those things. So they are not the attackers. They are not the instigators. My second point, Zimbabweans must take responsibility for their lives and their invasion of South Africa. They must take responsibility for that, and then they mustn't always blame someone else for the problem. There's a lady who spoke something about in the suburbs, they like to employ them. If they leave, we won't be employed. That even that in itself is wrong, because those low-hanging fruit, those jobs, they are supposed to be reserved for South Africans. You can't go to South Africans are supposed to be put first in those jobs, and it's not done only in South Africa; it's done in all over the world, even in Botswana, even in Zimbabwe, even in Nigeria. I think I've seen many articles of countries that says these are the critical serious jobs that you can employ someone from outside. Domestic work is not one of them. Gardening is not one of them. And the fact that an employer ignores his own people and then go and employ a foreigner, most of them who are illegal, from Lesotho and from Swaziland, from Zimbabwe, those people are breaking the law. And for a Zimbabwean to be proud of that, he's also complacent in that he's part of the law breaker also, because that's not supposed to be happening. Only critical skills jobs must be sourced from outside, skills that we don't have in here in South Africa. Things like selling tomatoes, fixing shoes, internet cafes, all those things. Those can be done by South Africa, and they should be reserved for South Africans. Then when you talk of a rocket scientist, your this and this technicians, aviation, and all the other critical jobs, those ones then you can go and source from outside. You can't just go all the way from Zimbabwe to come and be a domestic worker here and then tell us that an employer will not employ South Africans because they prefer Zimbabwe. That employer is wrong, and he must be forced to employ South African, because that is a law. But I'm happy that Aaron Mutale
We're losing you, Dallas.
is dealing with this, because it seems like
Dallas.
Mr. T.
Yeah, ne re go loser. O tla no bua ka Aaron Motswaledi, o tla tswella da.
Yes, I am glad that since Zimbabweans don't seem to be taking responsibility, at least Motsoaledi, he is taking the bull by the horns and then dealing with the situation. Because we cannot be crying out to people about problems that we have with their people and then they still gaslighting us. And instead, they've got all sorts of excuses and reasons why they are not to be blamed for that. So I'm glad that he's doing that. Thank you. That's all.
Thanks, Dallas. Thank you, my brother, for your submission. Let's go to Aus Mapoko, and then we'll let Ziggy close for us. Mapoko, welcome. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you, Mr. T. Thank you for allowing me on your space. I'm going to try and be very brief, just to address some of the things that I've heard on the platform. I think when I joined in, there was an exchange between Maynard and Mr. Authority. And, there were some things that they touched on that I feel like I need to say that, some narratives are not necessarily true to every immigration story. How some people become illegal immigrants is not true to the fact that they all have gone through the Limpopo in barrels, etc. Some people do become illegal immigrants while still in the country, and probably due to a lack of knowledge on how to process their own documentation, either from young people becoming adults and then later on having to realize that they have to sort these things out themselves. There was something that was touched on as well when they were speaking about the Ndebele Shona history, and I guess how it contributes to Zimbabweans migrating to South Africa. The migration of people has been a long going thing between Zimbabwe and South Africa. At one point, it was South Africans in Zimbabwe, and now obviously we find that there's now more Zimbabweans in South Africa. This is something that happens all the time. But obviously, I think at this stage that we're in, we are now talking about a boiling pot of immigrants that are assumingly committing more crimes than necessary. But I just wanted to say that some of the stuff that Maynard was saying about the Ndebele history is very distorted. I think it requires a bit more research. I'm not going to get into the detail right now, but I do feel like if it's to be told accurately, there's more detail that needs to be put there. And then there was something that was touched on around the deportation of criminals in the UK. This deportation wasn't specific to just Zimbabweans only. There were about 13 or 14 countries that had immigrants deported from UK, and those immigrants are people who have assumedly had criminal activity within the countries, and England has regarded them as not right for who England is. But that's England's way of dealing with immigration. So I don't know whether Zimbabwe and South Africa can take a leaf out of that, but that's how they chose to deal with those particular individuals. And they chose to do that with the agreement of those countries. So the Zimbabweans that returned to Zimbabwe, that was at the agreement of the residing president right now. Some of the issues that was spoken of, there was a lady that spoke earlier, and she spoke so beautifully about putting to task home affairs. And I think we really need to consider what home affairs approach is around people that come into South Africa and commit crimes. Socially, when I look at how people move around countries, I always believe that people always gravitate to people who are the same as them. If you're a church person, you're likely to go to South Africa and find a church community. If you're a criminal, you're likely to find a criminal community within South Africa. And you I don't know, knowledge exchange or however way people do things. But I think that's how things are done. When you find yourselves a victim of crime, this is, it's something that happens, and that's why we have rules and laws in place and people that need to activate those laws. And I guess in South Africa's context, we now have the Dudula, we now have Put South Africa First, we now have all these different movements. The unfortunate thing about these movements is that they become more famous when the country is spoken of in an ill way. At the moment, a lot of what we're hearing from a global community is the criminal stuff that's happening in South Africa. It's unfortunate that the poor people in South Africa are now also looked at from a criminal context because of what's happening with the burning of tires and the fact that these jobs that are being fought for are the so-called low-hanging fruits that you would say the poor people are doing, and I think when we also look at illegal immigrants, they don't always come as the rich. They also come as poor people trying to survive, and somehow in that poverty they have to choose between criminality and trying to make ends meet. But we also have laws in place, and I believe South Africa also has those laws in place as to who they're going to employ, how they're going to employ them, and how they will use those people that are marginalized in their communities. And I think these are some of the areas that we do need to touch on and actually look to detail, especially if we're trying to come with solutions that help South Africans and also help those immigrants coming in. Someone did highlight as well that illegal immigration is illegal. It's a criminal act. But there's laws that look to that. And if we're doing citizens arrest does not mean kill people. If we're killing people, we're criminalizing our own poor people. And I think that's something that we really need to look at, whether we're talking about educating our poor on how to deal with people that they don't want around them. There's also another thing that was spoken of, and it was around area allocation, like how if you go to Hillbrow now, you see a lot of people who are immigrants in those areas. Most of the times when you've seen situations like that, it is a decision that's either made socially or also government decided. And why I say so, in England, when we've had people from Kosovo, when we've had people recently due to the war in Ukraine, etc. England has allocated areas for these people to be. This is how they look at them. This is how they manage them. This is how they decide what neighboring areas are affected and things like that. And I think even if we're to look in South Africa right now, if we research it properly, we will see where immigrants have lived. If you're looking at the Nigerian community, Zimbabwe community, all these communities, you'll be able to see where they've all settled, and you should be able to study from that how they've impacted those particular environments. So that's something that I wanted to touch on area allocation. And there's also the part where we talk about social integration. If I'm to come into South Africa to live as an immigrant, it's likely that if I want to succeed in that community, I want to integrate. I will speak Xhosa, isiZulu, all the languages that are there that make me part and parcel of that community. Why? Because I want to get along with my neighbor. I want to know how to function within that environment. And I think when that type of thing is spoken of in negative way, I sort of ask myself that what is the best way for an immigrant to succeed or to try and survive. So I think those are some of the advices that I would have liked to see people speak on how to help the South African and how to help these people who are saying we're also just trying life in a different country. The employers are also tasked, to employ South Africans first. I've always heard this spoken of in many ways, and I don't think it only applies to the elite. I think at all levels, if you're an employer, there's a task for South Africans to put South Africans first. I've never heard of it spoken otherwise. And I've also understood it that if you're going to employ somebody who is not a South African, you have to be able to evidence why this person was preferred over another applicant. I don't think that has changed at all. So it will be interesting to know why there's this issue about people employing Zimbabweans or some Zimbabweans feeling that they're preferred over the South African. And my last point I wanted to say, Mr. T, was that, privilege tends to control people's narratives. So you'll find that the way that people experience South Africa, whether they arrived in South Africa on a plane or on the road or in a barrel crossing the Limpopo, their narrative and experience of South Africa will be totally different. And I think we shouldn't um, put everything in one boiling pot, because we will ruin South Africa and we will ruin its visitors. I yield the mic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mapoto, for your submission there. Much appreciated. I think Maynard wants to come in, and then we'll go to our last two speakers there. Maynard.
Hi, Mr. T. It was just a quick reaction, something that I wanted to note, which is it tends to get passed off a lot when people speak about Dudula. The previous speaker said when you do a citizen's arrest, you don't kill people. And unless I've missed something, I actually don't recall an incident where Operation Dudula have actually, in the process of conducting a citizen arrest, killed anybody. It's not entirely true. What we're doing is we are juxtaposing a raid and an attack that led to an unfortunate death, and then immediately saying, because Operation Dudula is going on, it means they killed someone during a citizen's arrest. I've listened to people who are part of Operation Dudula. I had a gentleman and a lady yesterday, one who is a clinical psychologist, a doctor, and another who is running Operation Dudula in Durban. And they echoed what one of the guys said earlier when he said when Dudula are going out to, in the activities in the operation, they're being accompanied by police, and they're being accompanied by immigration officials. It could be that I've missed it, but I just wanted to find out that perhaps who was actually killed as Operation Dudula was conducting a citizen's arrest, because we will pass off these tiny bits of information, right? And they run the risk of becoming immediately true, even though it's not something that we can immediately prove. And I believe that that's a bit unfair on Dudula. It's a bit unfair on Action SA, or put South Africa first. And then the second thing was, I get what the speaker says when they says people who are being deported. It's not only Zimbabweans, it's other countries. But again, Mr. T, we're reverting back to the same stance that we've been using the entire time, of always making up excuses when Zimbabweans commit crime, when our brothers commit crime, of saying, but everybody else is committing crime, or other nationalities are also committing crime, or these other people are also committing crime, or that this is not unique to Zimbabweans. I don't know when we can ever have, perhaps it's something that we might need to have as a private conversations with Zimbabweans, where we agree that we're not going to be proud. It doesn't matter if the UK is deporting citizens from other countries. The bottom line is they're deporting Zimbabweans. And when we talk about crime which is being committed by our brothers and sisters, it's not a defense to then raise that, but South Africans also commit crime, but Zulus also commit crime, but citizens of other nations are committing crime. For us to be able to administer medicine, Mr. T, we need to treat the patient that has presented himself at a hospital and said, I'm the one who has the problem. In this case, you have Action SA, put South Africa first, you have people within Dudula, and the general sentiment within communities of people who are saying we've got challenges with people from Zimbabwe at the moment, telling them that, well, the challenges you have with Zimbabweans are not unique. Do you know that Malawians, Ghanaians, Nigerians, or even people from Brazil or people from Argentina are also doing the same things that Zimbabweans are doing? Does not help. Imagine you present to a hospital and say you've got a headache, and I tell you that, do you know what? 100 other people have got a headache. That could be true and that could be a fact, but it actually doesn't address the point that the person who is presented at the clinic at that particular time is complaining, and they're saying they have a grievance. I wish we could listen to some of these grievances and not try to find fundamental similarities and address them as they are, because when you break them down, they really and honestly are and can be something which is simple and something that Zimbabweans can go on. I'll throw that back, and then so that our guys can continue. I just thought I should respond to that in case I end up going into a conference in about 20 minutes.
Thanks, my brother. Maboko, I see your hand up. You can come in.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Maynard, you did mishear me. When I was speaking about the UK deportation, it wasn't in defense of the Zimbabwean. I was addressing the fact that that's how UK has decided to respond when it comes to criminals in the UK. They have decided that they would do mass deportations, and there were 13 and 14 countries involved with that. That was their approach. So I said that that's why I wonder if South Africa could have the same approach. I do know that South Africa has an approach through Dudula, and it also has the approach through put South Africans first. So that was my point around those. So I think you may have misheard me on that point. I'll leave it there for now, Mr. T.
Okay. I apologize for mishearing you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. All right. Let's hear from Ziggy, and then we'll hear from Black Man, the man who connected me with Maynard and his work. Brilliant, man. Ziggy.
Thank you. I would just say I really think that when we talk about Zimbabwe and the South African relations, the apartheid government was part of, destroying the political situation in Zimbabwe. And I feel like we blame too much on individuals who are Zimbabwean, and there's a stigma of being basically Black and African in South Africa. I I don't really call it xenophobia. I call it Afrophobia, because you never see people being so anti-foreigner against Bangladeshis, against Pakistani people, against a lot of nations in South Africa. It's just mostly against our Black African brothers. And I think when it comes to Maynard said something about now that when we say that Zimbabweans are criminals or whatever, people say, but South Africans are criminals and whatever. The point is that South Africa is a murderous country. We have extreme criminality, and it's mostly done by South Africans. And when we say that, South Africans are also criminals, we're meaning that South Africans are criminals. They're also criminals that are Zimbabwean, but we outweigh and we're talking about per capita. If we were to say like 100 South Africans versus 100 Zimbabweans, you'll probably find that 100 South Africans are more likely to murder, do hectic, violent crime than Zimbabweans. The problem in Zimbabwe is the political situation. I just like the thing is Zimbabwe is just, there's no democracy, and people say that Zimbabweans must make Zimbabwe right. You don't have freedom of speech in that country. You don't have any freedom. So right now it's like Zimbabwean immigrants are vulnerable people. Like, they are vulnerable. And sure, South African townships, which have very, very vulnerable people, also need so much help, and government assistance needs to help them. And sure, illegal immigration is illegal, 100%. But that's a case of we're blaming, like, there's a big stigma of being a foreigner, as I said before, and especially of being an African Black foreigner in South Africa. And I mean, the xenophobes and Afrophobes are so stupid that they don't even know who's African. I mean, who's like part of other countries of Africa and who's South African. My friend was confronted during the 2008. The guy was like 12 that time, and they thought he was a foreigner because because he was just slightly black with dreadlocks. It's like it's crazy. And I think, yeah, like, we can see that the Operation Dadulas and various organizations just spread fake news a lot of the time. Well, okay, like, let's say like 20% of the time they're spreading fake news, and the fake news is literally infiltrating our people's psyche to actually think that immigration issues is the sole issue that we need to push. The problem is administration, because the administration has allowed illegal immigration to get to this point. So I just think, like, and also, like, when I talk about these issues, you see so many people from Twitter being like, this, like, the demon Shauna person is a criminal. I'm like, what the hell? So these conversations, it's like Donald Trump, like, like, people, there are too many Donald Trumps and big men in this Put South Africa movement. I mean, Action SA, they don't really have a political agenda. They basically a Mickey Mouse DA organization that is anti-foreigner to the extreme. Operation Dadula, the guy is a ANC Youth League person who has strong connections with the ANC Youth League, and he says he's not political, but he's fighting all these politicians, and he's spreading fake news. We saw, like, just a day ago, he was spreading fake news. But it's like, it's making more tensions, not less tensions. So I just think, like, this whole thing is that the problem is the political situation in Zimbabwe. There's no freedom of speech. There's no freedom. There's no economy. There's unemployment of 90%. Sure, a whole people can grandstand and say that, like, Zimbabweans are criminals. They must go back and fix their country. They can't fix their country. They rig elections. It's not possible. So I feel like we just talk about this issue all the time, but, like, yeah, yeah, it's actually one of those issues that won't be solved anytime soon because the political situation and the economic de- degradation of Zimbabwe is not going to improve in the next 5 years. Definitely, you could say it would take 20 years for Zimbabwe to be an actually good country. So we're going to be dealing with increased xenophobia. That's it, and people are fanning the flames. But thanks for the space so much.
Thanks, Ziggy. Hey, nako ya mpula yaanong. I'll give Teminkosi Lenti 3 minutes each, and then Black can close for us, please.
Thank you, Mr. T. I'm just gonna be short. Mr. T, we're really having an issue here. I'm one person who doesn't direct conversation to individuals, but what Ziggy is doing is very unfair. I just want to dispel a couple of things he's saying. One, South Africa is not a murderous country, and South Africa is not a criminal state. South Africa is the most peaceful country you would ever hear, especially in Africa. It's the only country you would ever hear where peace, freedom is actually practiced, which is why you find all these people from all over these countries, they are here. I mean, I would like to have just one Zimbabwe.
We lost Teminkosi. My brother, are you there? Connection issue. Nti Genamo.
I have a couple of questions for Ziggy. What do you mean when you say South Africans, or rather, Operation Dudula is spreading fake news when there are videos all over the timeline of their work and of the crimes that are committed by foreign nationals? Like, are you trying to gaslight us? I don't understand where what you're trying to do by saying that. Also, if you're going to say that South Africans are not warm towards foreign nationals, or that we're a murderous country, how come then so many foreign nationals still choose to live in South Africa if indeed we are hostile towards guests? As far as I remember, we've been a country that has hosted foreign nationals for so long, um, and I doubt that other African countries would be able to do what we have done for the rest of Africa, for Zimbabweans, as well as for the rest of African countries. So please don't come here into these spaces to gaslight us. And in the beginning of your speech, you referred to South Africans as stupid. You don't do that. You can't come and call an entire population stupid. We didn't build, like, we built this country under difficult circumstances. I don't think stupid people would be able to then overcome apartheid and such terrible times if we indeed were stupid. So please be careful with the adjectives that you use when describing South Africans, and I'd like for you to then respect us as a people. Thank you.
Thanks, Nti. Black man, my brother, come in.
Thank you, Mr. T. I hope I'm audible, sir.
Well,
I
yes,
know I have very little time. I was in and out listening, and thank you for bringing Maynard to the space. The main reason why I recommended that you bring him onto the space, it was because he brings a complete different dimension as a journalist. He is able to listen to South Africans and acknowledge some of the issues that South Africans are raising. But before I go further, I want to respond directly to Ziggy. And whatever that I say it with all due respect. The question of 20% fake news that is being spread by Put South Africa First, Operation Tutula, and stuff. He just spread fake news himself just now. He just said the leader of Operation Tutula is a member of the ANC Youth League. So, what I mean by saying whatever that I'm saying, it is all with due respect. I believe in this notion nowadays that the most dangerous thing in this world today is a cell phone, a social media account, and data in the hands of a fool. Because that person is unpredictable. They can record a video and post it on social media. Anything. It's that person is ungovernable. They can write anything because we have rights. And that thing is much more dangerous. It spreads like wildfire. Yes, there are people who are peddling lies on social media. I would leave it at that. Furthermore, my sister Uma Boko did mention the very same thing that the international community, how they are viewing South Africans. We are being viewed as a violent nation and all sorts of things. The question is why? The answer is simple because people like Maynard were not there to tell the South African story to the international community. We have people like Griselda Lewis, Sophie Mukwena, telling us that this will make it international. When South Africans are butchered and murdered, nobody says anything. But when South Africans are, or when someone from outside South Africa dies in the shores of South Africa, they report about it. I don't know. It sounds like they are being briefed. There's an interview. If you can check it on SABC last night, where Tutula members were shot at, one person died. The anchor in the studio, when she was interviewing the police woman, this police spokesperson, she kept on trying to drive that a narrative that Tutula was wrong to march into that space. But we are saying a South African has been shot by Basotho nationals, which is the claim, an allegation which is being made. She's not entertaining that. You can watch it for yourself. Some of us even made a comment to say, but what is this? So I'm glad that you brought him in, and I'm very happy the way he spoke, and I'm happy that people differed with him, because that is how we can build a nation, by having conversations, bringing all the different views onto the table. That's all my take, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, Black Man. Thank you so much, my brother. I really appreciate you coming through and indeed recommending Maynard to join us as a speaker today. I'm sure he'll join us again in coming weeks or days, my brother. Thank you so much. Ziggy, I'll give you a couple of minutes. I saw your hand up, and after that, we've got to close. I am done. Ziggy.
Yes. Can I respond?
Please do, my brother.
Yeah, man. I was just gonna say, so I don't know where I said South Africans are stupid. I don't know about that. I don't think I said that. All South Africans are stupid. I mean, that would be a blank statement. That would be completely wrong. I think obviously South Africans are prone to misinformation and fake news. Now, maybe I was using hyperbolic language when I was referring to Nhlanhla Lux, but I mean, look, I can say that like the issue that they're pushing is doing good for illegal immigration and policing in South Africa, but of course we're going to disagree with some of the methods that are used and the rhetoric that is used and the dehumanization of Zimbabweans. Like that obviously is the problem. And the problem is that certain rhetorics breed this kind of situation. And we know that certain people already think a certain way, and you just need to tap into that. If you're a politician, you're super good at tapping into, feelings of society and harnessing that as like political capital to get an agenda done. And I mean, we can see that's what Aaron Motsoaledi is doing now. I don't know where he was like 7 years ago when he was Home Affairs Minister. Now he's woken up to illegal immigration that his party has allowed for the last like 30 years. So, yeah, man. And I think, yeah, I think that illegal immigration is illegal, but we must also understand that if a foreigner comes here, starts a business, and provides South Africans with like 5 jobs, I mean, you could say that someone could replace that person, and a South African could have replaced that person and made those jobs. But they're doing a good thing, and the South African is not filling that void. So, especially when it comes to the economic impact of the whole conversation, like there's so many foreigners. I mean, you could say like most of the white people in this country are foreigners, and or second generation foreigners. But there's not the same energy for them because they have historical wealth that they probably, yeah, but that's another conversation. Thanks.
Thanks, Ziggy, man. Thanks for your, your comments there. Much appreciated. All right. Well, thanks everyone so much for this, conversation we've had for a number of hours now. And Maynard, my brother, if you are available with, some final remarks there, please do come in. I really appreciate you coming through, man.
Thanks, Mr. T. I actually don't have any final remarks, but I wanted to express my gratitude to your followers and your listeners who really have spent the last, I think it's almost 3.5 hours now thereabouts since I joined in, challenging me, offering their opinions. I love the fact that we were able to disagree. I've always said the people that disagree with you tend to to make you smarter. So I really appreciate the people who joined the space, and I do hope that it's a conversation that we can have again in future. I'll certainly commit to making times that we're able to to talk about it. I was intending to file another story tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, but I think I'll probably postpone that by a further 2-3 days, just so I can do more research and mull over some of the points that were raised by some of the speakers. That's how much I take I take dialogue seriously. And if any of your listeners ever want to challenge my thoughts, or they want to respond to the articles I write, both News 24 and Daily Maverick do offer you the platform to publish a response to anything that I've said. If you're struggling to get through them, you just pop me an email. I'll give you emails to the editors. We must, keep the conversation going. I have one opinion. I believe my opinion is informed, but the next person also has an opinion that they believe is informed, and the battle of ideas will ultimately, I suppose, leave all of us as as better people, just whether we're Zimbabwean or South African. That was my parting shot, and hopefully we can connect sometime soon.
Thanks, my brother. Thank you so much. Definitely we'll reconnect and bring you back. Really appreciate you taking the time to chat with us, even while at work, man. Much appreciated. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. All the speakers who came through, thank you so much. Rigorous debate, as always. Fascinating, emotional at times, of course, but we have got to go through these things in order for us to find solutions to some of our problems. So thank you so much, everyone, for coming through. Nota, if you're still with us, I look forward to reading your article. I think that was a brilliant suggestion there by our brother, that you should pen a piece. Fascinating minds in here that I really want to see shine out there in the world, writing your pieces and sharing your opinion pieces and all. Also, just yeah, teaching us, man. Guys, you need to teach us. Some of us don't know these things, so please do teach us. So thanks so much to our speakers, our guest speaker, and of course our listeners. Our spaces are nothing without listeners, and I just want to thank you all tenfold for coming through as listeners and just yeah, to listen in and take notes and so on, sharing your opinions, of course, in the DMs on the timeline. We really appreciate that. It's I know it's not easy, but you are always by our side, so we appreciate that. Remember, this is not my space; it's yours. I am just navigating here and there, but this is your space, your voice, your place. So thank you so much, and I wish you all a wonderful day. In TIC, you have your hand up.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. to interject at the end. Speak like to my point earlier about Shigurubi prison. I just shared a video of the maximum prison in Zimbabwe where you can have a look at how things are on the other side. And this is why most Zimbabweans will not commit a crime back home. So please have a look at that and be aware. Thank you.